Good morning, everybody. Hope y'all are having a great day today. Welcome to the first day of a full run. Let's see how we do today. I got everything working just fine, and I'm going to hop on my phone here. Kind of get settled in. It's going to start sharing my routine. I'm a little late today because, well, I'm late. I hope everybody's having a great day. Rainy day here in Atlanta. Beautiful though. Hope the volume and everything is okay. Get on my phone here so I can check all the volumes out. It's a nice Monday, first Monday of the month. Got all kinds of stuff going on this week in the world large. It'd be a lot of fun to talk to everybody about that. There we go. Nice. So I'm live on the internet. This is so exciting. I'm really proud of myself to get this done. So the beautiful thing about this is this will, of course, allow me to test. How's that sound? Well, once this is set, everything will be gravy. Be right back. All right. This mic is really great. It picks up everything. Why am I getting any feedback whatsoever? All right. Testing. Well, and away we go. That's why I'm getting refill. Let's see how that works. Once again, anybody who's listening to me right now, I'm really sorry that I wonder if this is bouncing off me or if it's just the acoustics. All right, let's try this again. That's what I'm doing. Anyway, listen, I'm trying to get all this set up here where I'm eventually going to watch Joyce Myers. This is usually what I start morning with. And testing. Well, let's see here. I really need to work on my mic right, so the guys can enjoy the sound of my voice. Testing. I love the Lord. He's my friend. I love him. I love him too. I love the Lord. I love the Lord. He's my friend beyond the end. Well, I guess the first test is to hold it right up here to see if that is going to cut the reverb out at all. So let's see what happens here. Okay, how's that? Is that better? No, it's not. Boy, it picks up everything. Well, let's see what we got going on here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right. Testing. 1, 2, 3. All right. That seems to help a little bit. I think. It's getting better. All right. I love the Sorry, guys. I recommend everybody turn your audio settings down. All right, I need to. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna unplug this. Here we go. The joys of having a handicap. Sometimes it's. Well, now isn't that interesting that the reason I'm getting the reverb is because it's picking up the mic on the headset. Well, that's easy enough to fix, but now I can't hear what I sound like. I know there's probably a really easy way of doing this, but I'm old. Well, welcome to my life, right? Let's get to know at least the mic on the phone works. That's weird. I can do. Wow. Okay. Well. So I'm having an issue with the. I need to move here for a second, guys. I'm sorry. We should have. Yeah, walk around here. You guys can see what I'm doing. Well, the mic isn't too bad on the phone. Wow. All right. That is really interesting. Well, good morning, everybody. Might as well just while I'm here. Been working on the art just a little bit. I have been holding off until I got the live stream going. So, okay, I need a pair of. Be right back, guys. Sorry. So one of the things I did last night was I formatted a letter to Joyce Myers, and I she is such an integral part of. Sorry, guys, I'm still trying to get used to hearing my voice in my ears and trying to just maintain having a conversation with you folks. But my point is that she is very important to me, and I wake up every day and so I want to make sure that I'm reaching out to her and letting her know that I am wanting to do a reaction video of her stuff every day. Oh, I guess I should sit in front of the camera. That's so funny. Well, you got to admit what you don't know to people, right? And so this is what all this is about. It's 60 days of just being real with the world. So I've almost got the kitchen set up so that we can do some cooking stuff because a lot of this, which I hope that you guys will appreciate, is, it's like a home economics show meets, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. His front door's right here, and people can come over and hang out. And video and art and just, I just want to open up my life to everybody. And, and then maybe at the end of the 60 days, if I am really crazy, everybody will, you know, at least everybody knows, the real me. Oh, and one of the things that I am going to double down on, which I think is, which I really haven't seen a lot of people do, but it doesn't mean that it hasn't been done. But the issue is that I have discovered a lot of foul behavior on the YouTube comment threads throughout all the clips that show up on my feed. And so, one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is that as I am interacting with these folks on other people's clips, like I'm not going to ever say, hey, you know, I'm not ever going to put my come look at my stream. But it is, I mean, it should let people know that, by the way, you are having a conversation with somebody who's, this is a live, live recording. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty proud of myself. I got all this kind of working here. I got to get used to where I've got the camera set up on the board now. Okay. Sweet. I hope you guys like the layout. It's, I mean, it's all changeable, but this is, as much for you as it is for me, because the whole idea of this is, how we can make our lives better. So when you guys hop on the stream with me, and maybe you want me to give you a little tour, I'll walk around and show you. And the kitty cats will be out shortly. They're sleepy. Well, this mic on this phone works pretty good, but I got this. But it's silly that, I mean, not to use this really nice mic, but it's nice to know that the reason I'm getting the feedback is that it's picking. I'm sure I can mute the mic on the phone. I think one of my favorite here. Let me see what this. I can look at the screen and not look all foobar crazy at y'all. Huh. Nice. There we go. Hi. Okay. Where did my little cord go? Oh, pardon me. There it is. Give you guys a little tour of how I got my little living room set up here, because that's where we are right now. We are in my living room. Front door's right over there. Okay, let's see if I can get the mic setting on the phone where it doesn't work. Settings, right? I would assume. All right, well, that's why we have a computer. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do now is let's do a little test here with you, see if it will. Oh, here we go. See how one, two, testing, testing, testing. Oh, no, no. Well, that didn't work. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Testing, testing, one, two, three. Testing, testing. Okay, well, okay, guys. I'm gonna turn this down. All right, testing, testing. Hopefully, you guys aren't getting any reverb on that. And so, what I'm going to do is just hang out with you guys for a minute and give you a talk. Just hang out and chat with you for a minute. I guess if anybody has any, I always start the morning with a prayer, with just daily prayer. And if anybody has anything they want me to pray for, just you can put something in the comment or hit me up on Facebook or give me a call. And, we don't have to do it on the live stream, but, it is part of my daily routine. And I always think that it's great to just start the day with the Lord. I think it's really important to do that. Kind of gets your mind right, and for me, spending time with him is the most important part of the relationship that he wants to have with us. It's just it is it's really a loving thing to do for yourself. So anyway, if anybody has anything, just hit me up anytime. I mean, we don't have to just pray in the morning, but it's usually what I do. So I'm really hoping the mic sounds pretty good. I'm liking the way everybody's and where it's looking here. Anyway, let me go ahead and we can watch some Joyce here. goodness, let me go ahead and let's start the day off with some prayer, since we kind of ground everything here. Well, Lord, I finally did it, and it was only because of you. And I am absolutely nothing without your love. And I hope as we go through these 60 days that people will come to know you and let you into their lives, and will realize that you're waiting on us just as much as we're waiting on you. And there are so many people out there that are lost and hungry and have needs, and Jesus said we are to feed the lambs. And I want to be a better human being. And I think that's the whole point of a relationship with the Almighty. And Lord, all the people that hear the sound of my voice, and all the people who don't, and all the people who know me, and all the people who never will, I really pray for all of them. All the people that have hurt me intentionally and unintentionally, I pray that you forgive them. It's the way you have forgiven me and all my trespasses. And to please keep everyone safe and return them to their families, and cure any illnesses that people might have. And to give us all the strength to help one another. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Let's have a beautiful day, everybody, and do our best to help one another and to be the best human beings we can. I really love you guys, and I hope you all have a wonderful day and spend some time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. That helps me try to get my channel going and get the message out, right? And in addition, I hope that you will always like, subscribe, and share any of the videos that we're watching on stream. I'm not sure how yet to put the links in there, but I'll definitely work on that, and I'll make sure to show it on the little window there. Because as we go through the day, this is going to be a real continuous live stream. It's going to be on the clips. If I do make any clips and put those out there, I will make sure that in the clip to put where they, where the clip, all the clips that are in there, and all the links. But it's anyway, that's pretty much it. As far as I'm got it going. Yay! I'm so excited. I really want to hear how this sounds, so I might unplug this. Actually, I might get this running for just a minute and then step away so that I can go back and hear how the volume sounds for my voice. Anyway, so give me just a minute here, guys, and I will be right back. I'm going to hit play here, and then that way I can test everything out at one time.
And I want to tell you that no matter what has happened to you, you have got the edge today.
Loud for everybody, and I'm just going
to, you know why? Because God is on your side.
I can,
if God be for me, who can be against me? If God is on my side, whom shall I fear? I'm one example, just one, and I'm sure there's many others in this room. One example of what God can do with a totally broken, messed up, seemingly hopeless situation if you just let him in And, everybody say and, you will begin to learn what God wants you to do and do it. You can have everything in your Bible underlined in 3 colors.
That doesn't sound too bad.
But it doesn't do you any good to know something if you don't do what you know to do. And the Holy Spirit has been given to us because we're all different. Well, we're all going to experience healing in a little different way. The Holy Spirit is the only one who knows when the time is right for us to deal with which issues in our life. And if we will let the Holy Spirit guide us, He will show us one step at a time. If you're going to start out on this journey, you might as well make a decision that you're going to have to learn how to wait well. Because it's not going to happen overnight. Matter of fact, I still am being healed. I still am learning things on a regular basis, and based on what I can find in the Bible, that's going to continue until the day Jesus comes to get us. We have to be lifetime learners. Your soul is that secret part of you, that inner life
lifetime learner.
that only you and God really know anything about. Your soul is your mind, your will, and your emotions. Tells you what you think, what you want, and how you feel. And we talk about our soul a lot, believe it or not. You hear people more than anything talk about what they want, what they think, and how they feel. I want to think I feel, I want to think I feel, I want to think I feel. And if that part of us is wounded and we let it run our lives, we are in serious trouble, because when you're wounded, you don't think right. You don't feel right, and you don't want what's right. You can be wounded and all you want is revenge, when that's the worst thing in the world that you could spend your life working toward.
I think that is probably one of the best points about why you should always strive to forgive people, is that even if you feel justified in your anger, you don't, sometimes you can be wrong when you think you're right. And that is one of the most dangerous mental exercises for, when you're going through your life and, you think your boyfriend's cheated on you, or, somebody's laughing and you think they're laughing at you. Just anything that, and it makes you act a certain way, and you're wrong, and they're not even doing it. And then they end up doing it because you kind of brought it into the world, because you thought about it and treated people like they were doing stuff that they weren't doing. And so anyway, the point is that there is nothing worse than thinking you're right when you're wrong. And so if you always approach people and situations and think the best of them, and always try to maintain the understanding that we're all human and we all make mistakes, and put that before revenge, right? Because if you're hurting, you want to lash out at people. And so if somebody does something that hurts you, right, and you are hurting yourself, you want to hurt back. And that's just not healthy. It's not good for anyone. It's not good for humanity. It's not good for your neighbors. It's not good for the community. And it has to start at very small levels, very small steps. And just remember, that could be you. And think of all the times that you've done stuff to people, and all the times that you were accused of doing something and it wasn't true. Just try to not be a hypocrite in that. But the point is just really good in that, that hurting people want to hurt others, and revenge is never good for anyone. So,
Lord, because it's never going to get you what you think you want. Because what you want is righteousness, peace, and joy, and you can only get that from God. So, if your soul's been wounded through abuse, unjust treatment, rejection, shame, guilt, other painful things, and you haven't dealt with those things, then you are not functioning in a healthy and a normal way. You may not realize you're not. You probably are like me. You think everybody else has got something wrong with them. Oh yeah, that's what we think. What is your problem? You've probably heard me tell this, but it still amazes me. I remember one day when I was praying for Dave to change. God, you've got to change Dave. I can't live with this man like this. You have to change him, God. Deal with him, change him. And one day I was into pretty intense prayer about God changing Dave. And I heard the Lord whisper, Dave is not the problem. But it really confused me, because if it wasn't Dave, I couldn't imagine who it was. I mean, look at me. I tell you, I did not have a clue. I thought when I walked away from my father's house that I walked away from the problem.
this is so fun.
See, you can walk away from a problem physically, but you take it with you in your soul.
See my shiny ball.
And so you still have it until you deal with it.
I think I got this working.
Your secrets will make you sick.
It's so silly. You think that everybody would know how to do this, right? So everything.
Man, I was so messed up. Lord, I was a mess. And I'm praying for Dave to change. This inner pain that people carry around with them usually shows up. Two major ways it shows up is in relationships. People that have wounded souls have a very difficult time maintaining good, healthy relationships. Oh, you may find somebody that will put up with you, but that doesn't mean it's a healthy relationship.
All right.
Or it will show up in your physical body. And I think there are more people that have real symptoms in their body.
Okay, so I think this means that I have no more
you can
reverb coming
medicate
out
it
now,
and
which
maybe
is
help
awesome.
it, but nobody can ever really.
And now I can get
you can medicate that symptom, but the pain you have inside will just show up in another symptom somewhere else in your body. Come on. I've been there, done that, you know. And you can go from doctor to doctor, and
oh, this is great.
and they're finally going to
you.
tell you it's stress, and that's going to make you mad because
all right, now I can do my different
it's
settings
not
here.
stress.
And mess with some
Don't
stuff
you understand? I'm sick.
I want some coffee.
And really, you are, but it's a sickness in your soul. And the only way that your soul has of trying to yell, help me, is to show up somewhere in your body. So sometimes when you have physical things that nobody seems to be able to find a reason for, come on, anybody go to the doctor over and over and nobody can figure out what's wrong with you? And you just think, what is the matter with you people? I hurt here, I hurt there, I have this, I have that.
I'm gonna turn
what do you mean there's nothing wrong with me?
How that works now.
Don't you love the mystery illnesses?
Is fine.
I get a lot of the mystery illnesses. It's like, I have no idea what's wrong with you. We've never heard of that. We've never seen that. And I've finally learned that sometimes it's coming from something inside. Let me tell you something. I've come to the conclusion that in our society today, we are so
I
far
love the Lord.
off.
He's my friend.
We
I
don't
love
even
him.
know
I love
what
him.
normal
I do.
should be. I mean, the pace at which we live, the noise level in our lives. Let me tell you something. We're either going to live in the world till Jesus comes to get us, but take some steps backwards about being part of it. We can't live on the world system and survive. There's too much noise. There's too much expected. There's too many things to do. We were not created to do 5 and 6 things at one time.
Love the Lord.
Matter of fact, I don't even know what normal would be anymore, and I don't think any of you do either. But I know one thing: we've got to somehow find a lifestyle that's going to allow us to have some peace and some real joy. We only get one trip through here, and we got to learn how to enjoy it.
I love the Lord.
We hope you enjoyed this teaching. To get
love the
more from
Lord.
Joyce, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss a thing.
That's right. Like and subscribe, everybody. JoyceMeyer.org. Oh, you can hear the birds outside. So there's her Believe in a Difficult World, Joyce Meyer, Joyce Meyer Ministries. So everybody should go like and subscribe. Okay, so, oh, pardon me. I kind of want to watch that again, but she's got too much different stuff we could watch. And I really don't want to do all this anyway. All right, well, the mic sounds pretty good. I'm going to see I can stand up and walk right over here to my art piece, and I should, voila, appear right before your very eyes. And then I can look on the TV over there and see. And it's still the same mic. That mic works pretty good. It's like way over there. I love that you can hear the birds. Oh, this is fun. Okay, I got my Zoom, so if somebody wants to Zoom me, we can Zoom on the live stream. Oh, right, I did it. Well, I know it, maybe there are people out there that this is no big deal, but this has been a real learning experience for me, and I'm just so happy with myself. So I got a long way to go. So anyway, I was thinking what I'd do is I'd share like that email with you guys that I wrote her, and then maybe, if anybody's like, anyway, I'm going to send it to her. All right, so let's see what we got here. You guys can see my YouTube. This is all the stuff that comes up on Oh, you know what? Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to put my video on here for just a minute. I want to grab some coffee. I don't have the kitchen camera set up, so yet, but it's coming. Almost. So, and this will give me, I haven't tried this yet. Let's see if this will.
In the United States. I wanted to start the conversation off by acknowledging a few points. It's my understanding that the reason the school year is structured the way it is revolves around the fact that
Ooh, that volume is really low. That's okay. I can turn it up.
2, air conditioning was a luxury.
No, I can't.
And most districts couldn't afford
I got to redo
provide
this video.
air conditioning in all their public schools. So the kids were given the summer off because it was too hot for them to be there. 3, the American life expectancy
Well, guys, I
has
just
increased.
want y'all to know how much I love you and how much I appreciate you all.
Advent of
Just,
public education.
bearing
It's
with me through
all
all
based
this, and
around
I'm
antiquated
doing this for you just
So
as
we
much
really
as
should
everybody
just
else.
blow it all up and start from scratch.
Anyway, I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be right
And
back.
here's some ideas how we could do it. I'm just going to acknowledge right off the bat that I'm a huge Bernie Sanders supporter. And the idea of free, quote unquote, college education can be realized if we would fold in community college to our public education system. So it would be pre-K through 15. Your high school diploma wouldn't be a high school diploma. It would be a degree from a community college. And if we let the community college educators work on setting the whole school year agenda, we might get a much better result. Like currently, I believe that community colleges are really working with the labor market to help guide young adults into a career choice that is needed. So why shouldn't the community colleges be directly affecting the education of young Americans and guiding them through to that career opportunity from a much younger age than, let's say, 18 when they've already graduated from high school. So once again, pre-K through 15. So that means that children would enter school at the age of 4 and would graduate public education around the age of 20 or 21. That would have a huge impact on not only the quality of education that the kids were receiving, but also when the kids would enter the workforce. I think that that would be a very, very powerful thing. 2, 24-hour learning centers. What that means, basically, is that public schools would be open 24 hours a day and would be structured almost like a boarding school. Now, I know this is a huge change, and a lot of people are probably scratching their heads saying, what? When you think about foster homes, children that live in abusive families where their parents are alcoholics or drug addicts or sexually abusing their children. There's nowhere for those kids to go that is safe. So if public school acted as a boarding center where kids who wanted to, families who wanted to, could send their children, think about the impact that that would have on how kids could then focus in on their education. In addition, it is my belief that adolescents around the age of 12 to 16 are starting school way too early in the day. I've read and heard of a lot of reports that have said that the circadian rhythm of teenagers makes them want to stay up late and get up late. It's not that they're lazy, that's for some reason over the course of how many hundreds of thousands of years our species has evolved, kids at that age have been staying up late and getting up late. And so what's the point of sending a 16-year-old who's gotten 4 hours sleep to go sit in school and sleep through half the day? It's ridiculous. So the 24-hour learning centers would allow high school students to start the school later in the day. Now, I hear you that a problem with that is, well, who's going to teach the kids when they're getting out of school at 8 o'clock at night? Well, I would like to point out that I believe that there are a lot of teachers who perhaps are married or are dating someone who might work second or third shifts. Like they might be married to a doctor that works in the ER. They might be married to a waiter or waitress that has to work weekends. So if the kids were able to be in a safe, loving environment where the parents didn't have to worry about them and were able to carry on a normal life, and the kids could be off on Monday and Tuesday to coincide with their parents' work schedule, that would go an amazing amount to help keep the family together, which I believe is a very important, very crucial aspect of keeping America strong, is because of family values, and we want to keep families together. But what kind of family life is it when the way the economy is structured now, parents are having to work 2 or 3 jobs at odds and end hours, and their kids are at home unsupervised, don't get to see their parents because the parents are working so much they have to work weekends. So anyway, I'm pretty emphatic that even though it's a huge change, that it would be a change for the better. Just to reiterate, it would allow teachers flexible scheduling, that if they wanted to work from 11 until 8, or they wanted to work 7 to 2 in the morning, that it would be possible if the schools were open 24 hours a day and kids could go in and learn no matter what time of the day it was, where they had a clean, safe bed. We already have gymnasiums. There are already showers and lockers. There's already a kitchen there. We just need it staffed with experienced, loving people that want to help end poverty and not to prepare kids for prison. Mobile science labs. There needs to be a lot of excitement about technology, science, and math for our young people. And I saw a video of the space shuttle being driven across country. It was actually on the road being towed, the space shuttle. And wherever the space shuttle went, There were huge crowds. Wherever it was, there were thousands of people. Oh, look, there's a space shuttle. Well, imagine if the space shuttle were towed into a public school parking lot, the bay doors thrown open, and scientists and glitter and music and kids could touch it. That would create a huge amount of excitement for kids to get involved in science. They could do experiments on it. I think that that would be an amazing, amazing thing, for a lack of a better word. Home economics. Now here we come to the jaw-dropping part, if you can believe it, of my list. It is my belief that if we want to end poverty, we have to break the cycle of what poor kids learn. Kids learn from their parents, and if the parents have bad spending habits, if the parents don't teach their kids how to balance a checkbook, if kids don't learn about the stock market, if kids don't learn how to wash their clothes, if kids don't learn how to comparison shopping, they're going to be slaves their whole life. Home economics, in my opinion, is one of the most important classes that should be taught every year to every student. I think that that would really change everything. And here's the biggie. When we look at what our country pays for, at the top of the list, we should be paying kids to graduate from college, not the kids paying to graduate from college. That's stupid. Oh, I can hear my conservative friends. Well, how in the heck are we going to pay to cut a check for $20,000 to every graduate? Well, it's my understanding that when we talk about business, that business can recoup future savings in the current fiscal year. So if we would stop sending kids to prison and get them very well educated, then we wouldn't be spending that much money on prisons. So we would then take the same amount of money we're spending and we would switch it to getting kids a $20,000 check when they graduate. So this isn't free. This is recouping future savings in the current fiscal year. Now, use your imagination. So there is a kid living in a bad situation. Maybe they're being abused by their father. Maybe they're being sexually molested by their uncle. Maybe they're tired of seeing mom and dad smoke crack. Or maybe they just don't like their parents. But it's really hard to get out of that situation if you do not have a support. Now, if a kid knew that when they passed that final exam, that they were going to get a check for $20,000, think of what a kid could do with that. You could get 4 or 5 kids together to pool their money and open up a small business. And they would know how to spend that money because they've been taught home economics for the last 20 years. Now, I want to point out that all of this has to work together. We can't just, in the current system, cut people a check for $20,000 when they're graduating and they can't read. If graduation included a 2-year community college program and the test was extremely hard, And perhaps kids had to stay in school till they were 24 or 25 to get that check, to pass that test. I tell you what, they sure would. They sure would. And if you really want to change the system, you don't cut a check for 20 grand just to the kid. You cut a check for 20 grand. So you can be sure that that mom, that single mom who perhaps is having an issue with her kid going to school, she would make sure that kid is going to school. And that might
Who is that handsome man on the TV?
In addition, imagine what would happen if that mom...
I left the mic going. That was interesting. You can hear a little bit from the kitchen.
All this happened, could go back to school to try to take that exam to get her own check. We're talking about
This mic is pretty
kids
powerful.
how to make profit for themselves
Ooh, I got to chill.
by taking the money that we're spending on prisons, recouping future savings, and giving it to the people who are actually saving the money. We need to blow up the system. It's not working. And so, because I don't want to come to the table without ideas,
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm taking advantage of this.
this would change everything. This would pull kids out of poverty. This would teach them a better way of life. It would extend the school year to provide some pressure on the job market. It would keep kids in school longer, which would mean that the people that already have their jobs, we wouldn't have to create so many extra ones. In the pre-K, whomever becomes president, and I hope it's Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton. Feel the burn. I'm sorry. Whoever the president ends up being, your Secretary of Education needs to convince you that it's a national emergency. It's like a tornado. It's wrecking our country. It's wrecking our species. The lack of hope and opportunity that public school is not providing. There have been so many studies done that have said that by the age of 6, if the kid is behind, they're lost.
That
We
mic
have
is
to
really
get
strong.
the vulnerable kids into school as soon as possible. And you know what? Babies are having babies.
That's good to know.
And
I'm going
so
to
if
adjust
a
all this. I'm going to turn this off for just a few
gets
minutes, guys.
pregnant at the age of 15, 16, 17, she's still in school. Why not let her bring her kid to school? Why not let the kids see the infant see their child parent in school learning? That would change the world. It is a national emergency, my friends. We're flushing human beings down a drain that deposits them in prison. That's not pro-life. Well, anyway, this is some ideas. I hope to talk more about this in the future. I hope that this might spark a debate on what we can do to make things better. We need a revolution. We need to change the way we are educating our citizens. So, best to you and yours. Much love from me. I hope everybody
Tell it, brother.
finds
Speak the
peace
truth.
and happiness in this life. Take care.
I'm probably the first person to ever do a reaction video of his own video. Oh! Okay, let's see. Like and subscribe. Like it. Oh, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. So this is, so I go out and I feed the fishies, and this is like when I go out in the back. You guys will get to see this in a week or so. I'm going to get all this worked out here, but there's... So next week we have some plants coming, and not much, and some herbs, and a little more gravel, and then we'll dress that up. There are the fishies. I feed them shrimp pellets in the morning.
Guys, fishies. Hey, my friends. Hey. Hey there. Hey. How's everybody doing?
Sorry, I gotta get used to looking at the camera. I need to put that up here, then I won't look down anymore. Yeah, that's the fish stuff. I feed them. Now, I just want everybody to know, just so I'm going to hit pause here real quick. Okay. One of the things that this is my life, right? And I'm not paid by anybody. I'm not even monetized on my YouTube. I've got 5 subscribers and 40 friends on Facebook. And so what I'm interested to know is this kind of like an experiment on so many different levels. It is, what can I, like, from morning to night, right? What can I broadcast out into the world that I normally do, right? I'm not going out of my way to like look for something, or it appears on my feed, which is totally up to the YouTube algorithm, right? So something shows up on my feed that I'm not even subscribed to, and I watch it, and you watch me watching it. I don't know how that can be a copyright. I mean, I'm not trying to not pay anybody or make money off anybody. But I mean, it really is. I hope maybe we can have a conversation, over the next 60 days about really, like, YouTube is in such a really amazing spot right now that if you took YouTube music and the free movies, and you let people who are creating an economy in YouTube to replace the brick and mortar movie theater, right? You think about, the reason why people, there is a tornado warning. that if people are watching something, right, you know, they get their friends and they go to a movie theater, and you know, if you're watching something on my stream that's down in that little box, you're watching it because I put it there, right? And so the issue is, but you're also watching because you're here with me. And so the idea is that at a certain point, right, you know, I can understand when your stuff becomes monetized, right? But I'm not making any money on this at all, which is fine, which is the whole point. But I need to be a little bit more succinct in that. You know, I'm in no way trying to steal or do anything wrong, and all my public information is complete. I'm the easiest person in the world to get a hold of, and so if I am doing a daily thing and you don't like that I'm doing a reaction video of your stuff, even if I'm like legit can do it, I would rather you reach out to me and I won't do it. I mean, I try to be a very good human being, and the last thing I want to do is embarrass anybody because I happen to be looking and talking about their stuff, because I know I'm not very normal, but it is what it is, right? My phone beeped at me. Okay, it does say here, if anybody is watching the YouTube this morning, there is a tornado warning for Fulton and Douglas counties in Georgia. So be posted 4 minutes ago. So please be advised, everybody, that there is a tornado warning for Fulton and Douglas counties. So those are really scary. Here, let's go down here, and then let's do this. What to do in a tornado warning.
Let's say you're at home, you're engrossed in a really great book, when the next thing you know, you hear a tornado siren. Then you get a text alert from the Fox 17 crew saying, hey, there's a tornado warning. So the first thing I'm going to do, turn on the TV, see what's coming my way, and there you see a powerful line of storms headed toward me. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the safe place. Where might that be? Well, let me show you. Follow me. So a good spot to be inside your home is a closet. And the reason why a closet is a good spot to be is because you have walls on one side, walls on another side, a wall behind you. You close the door and you're completely protected. No windows around. Now, in order to take it a step further, here are some things you might want to have inside that closet.
Attention.
A helmet. Now, it may seem a little extreme, but it's good protection for your head. Another thing you may want to have around is a coat, because a coat is also added protection in the event that your home does get hit and things start falling. You could even take it a step further and even have a blanket. Now, one of the things that most of us do in our homes, we walk around in socks. So if your home is hit, there are boards with nails. Have a raggedy pair of shoes inside that closet, so if you have to walk around, your feet are protected. Another good spot to be in, which may even be better than a closet, is a bathroom, especially when it's in the interior portions of your home. You might be saying, well, why is that such a good idea? Well, you have pipes within the walls, and again, that's added support. In fact, take a look at this animation here. You can see as we dissect the house, you can see as we look down into the bathroom, you've got pipes feeding the toilet, the bathtub, and also the sink. Again, those pipes are what reinforce the walls, making them stronger, again, putting you in a better spot to be in the event that your home is hit by a tornado. Hey, you're driving around and you see a tornado, so you think, hey, here's a bridge, it's a good spot to be in, so I'm going to run under the bridge. I think it'll protect me in the event that this tornado comes right over me. However, this is actually a really bad spot to be in, because what happens under a bridge, the wind accelerates and you have nothing to hold on to. It's going to push you right out from under it. You're driving around and you see a tornado coming directly at you. You look around, there are no safe, sturdy structures around. So the next best thing that you can do, and it may sound a little crazy, is find a ditch like this one right here. What you want to do is when you find that ditch, you want to get as low as you can, lay down as far as you can. And the reason why you want to do that is because the lower you are to the ground, the weaker that wind is. The higher up you go, the faster that wind blows. Most often, people who get affected by tornadoes who are out and about is because of that debris hitting them from that wind. So the lower you are to the ground, the better your chances of not getting hit by that debris.
Ooh, that's scary. Okay, the alarm stopped, so I'm assuming that means it's okay. I'm fine. I hope everybody's okay. Nobody got hurt. Oh, Lord, please. Keep everybody safe. Oh. All right. Well, thank you, God. I really hope nobody got hurt. I didn't feel or hear anything, so maybe, hopefully. Hopefully nobody got hurt. Okay. So, I really need to put this up here so I'm not looking down. I always watch. It's 10:30, and they always release their playlist at 10:30. But I always want to recommend The Hill. They come on at 10:30. Online, and they are really good. It's Crystal and Sagar. It's traditional news set up with the television or with the TV, and oh goodness, sorry, that coffee just kind of came up there. Sorry, I'm getting rumbling, guys. Hang on a second. It's probably just thunder, but no. Okay, so let's see here. So I think we'll find out, right?
Jelani on some new comments from Disney regarding how they came to film Mulan in Xinjiang. Very interesting stuff there. We've got Jeremy Scahill on. The Intercept is digging deep into Biden's history as an empire politician, so we're going to talk to him about that project. But we wanted to start with 100 days of cable news covering Joe Biden.
That's right. Well, we had to recap Biden, but really we have to recap the powers that be. Let's put this up there on the screen from The Hill, actually. TV news ratings and online readership viewership plunge during Biden's first 100 days. That's weekly, full-day cable for CNN and MSNBC have been trending down. On average, 1.3 million household viewers watching MSNBC in the last week of January. For the week of April 25, that number was 868,000. At CNN, they went from 1.2 million to 750,000. Even Fox News is the same thing. And they even have a graphic. Let's put it up there on the screen. This really just visualizes how precipitous that drop has been. And just remember that Fox News may not have dropped as much in the same time period, but their drop was actually back in November during the election when they weren't willing to go along with Stop the Steal. So really you have a rosy picture here where everyone is tuning out cable news and reading less news. And frankly, I think that's a good thing relative to how people's mental health and general well-being will be in the future.
Yeah, well, and so, look, Trump rescued cable news. They were headed to oblivion before he came around.
They knew it.
All freaking out about cord cutters. What are we going to do? Launching various failed streaming exercises, which they continue to do, by the way. And I think
Peacock doing?
Probably some of that panic is setting in once again. But not only that, I mean, Trump was obviously ratings bonanza, but this past year with coronavirus and with the Black Lives Matter protests and some of the violence and riots, and then you had January 6th. So you had this incredibly eventful, tumultuous year where many people were unable to leave their homes. So they had more time on their hands to be watching it. And some of those stories, coronavirus in particular, CNN and other news outlets were very well positioned. I mean, this is what cable news actually does well. Is when there's something breaking, they have the people on the ground, they can be there. You know, that was sort of like tuned everybody in. So now you have not only coronavirus is on the wane, people are getting vaccinated. You have Joe Biden and some of the numbers I've seen too about just how low the keyword search is, not only for him, but now that Trump is gone, people don't care about him as much anymore either. The Google search traffic for Trump has fallen back to the levels of before he even ran for president. That might be the part that surprises me the most. I sort of assumed that cable, because they would be in desperate straits like this, would really reach to capitalize on anything that he said, even if it's through his like annoying weird press releases. But he's really been rather surprisingly quiet. So they haven't been able to make much of that either, and are really kind of adrift right now.
No, it's really big. And what really drove this home was the Biden speech ratings. Put it up there on the screen. So it was only 26, draws 26 million viewers, down from Trump, but not just down from Trump, down dramatically. And now some MAGA people were making a bit like, see, people tuned in for President Trump because they liked him so much. I'm like, no, it really was just that he was so polarized. Even the people who hated him had to watch him. That was really what they drove home. And this is anecdotal, but like I was off and I was in Miami, and like I remember even when we were on vacation during the Trump years, if something was going on, somebody, they find out you're in DC, they're like, hey, what was going on with this thing? Or, you'd even be like, you couldn't even go into a goddamn coffee shop without CNN playing in the background and everybody just looking up at like this with Trump. The Biden speech happened, nothing was going on. People couldn't tell you anything about Joe Biden. And again, this is to the benefit, I believe, of Biden, because the longer that the country trends normal and that people are like, yeah, I guess the president spoke, like I don't really know what's going on, I think that generally is to his benefit. It's also to the general benefit of if they're trying to move legislation, because it doesn't mean that it's going to enter like the culture war zeitgeist, and it really is just a total new paradigm shift. And we've noticed this too, which is that the new political is really cultural in terms of the stuff that people are watching. And cable just doesn't know how to deal with that. They dialed into an old failing business model and honed it for 5 years. And now with Trump, they have no idea what to do. I mean, they tried to make Dr. Seuss into a thing. That was gone. Like, what are they even talking about on Fox right now? I couldn't even tell you. And like, what is the current controversy? Did Biden pause like 27 times in his speech or something like that? Are they going to have some... Or I did hear that they're calling him a socialist over on Fox and Friends and saying that we really should have voted for Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, that we accidentally got Bernie Sanders as president.
I mean, what are these people doing over there? But they got to fill airtime. That's really what it is. So it's fascinating to see how the country shifted so dramatically. And it's because we're in extraordinary times. Trump was an extraordinary figure, and Corona was actually crazy. And now that it's all kind of receding, you're not going back necessarily, but you're entering something completely new.
they threw all in with being on one side or the other of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know, he polarized the country and he polarized media completely. So you had CNN and MSNBC, who created their entire business model during the Trump years, leaned way into just, we are going to be the Trump opposition. Fox News leaned in the polar opposite direction. And so now that he's gone, they kind of don't have a reason to exist anymore. Yeah. And while there's, you know, it's, people keep saying, like, oh, the Biden era is boring, Biden's boring, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I honestly, doing this show every day, I find the current moment that we're living through to be fascinating.
Yes.
I find the political shift in dynamic to be fascinating. I find the
what Crystal just said, I couldn't agree with more. We are in a huge realignment, and this is one of the things that we're going to talk about in the upcoming days, weeks, hours, months, is that there is a generational cliff that is about to happen. And in my opinion, in the mid-60s, when the Generation X of my generation started to arrive on the scene when we were being born, the baby boomers were practically out of college and entering into the workplace. And they were handed, the baby boomers were handed all of the levers of government from the post-war generation. Hey, good morning, Daniel. Hey. Ooh, I got to figure out how to type back. But I guess I don't have to type back because I'm the one talking. I hope all the sound and everything is pretty even. Anyhow, what I was just saying is I'm not sure if you're still out there, Daniel, is that, you know, just the whole transition between the baby boomer generation who was handed a functioning government, and over the course of time, because now remember that was 1965, so they were handed the levers of power in the 70s, and so the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, all of the political regulation and all of the the country we live in now, I would imagine, is what the baby boomers wanted. And I really hope to hear your thoughts down there, you know, if you agree or disagree, because, I mean, think about it. I mean, we woke up here, right? We did not make America. When I was born in 1968, I was born into that country. I didn't make it, right? And so if you're born into, you know, on a train that's barreling down the track and you want to get off the train or change directions, it's either jump off or hope that there's somebody laid a different track down so you can jump off of, which is, you know, a lot of what is going on right now. And there's no plan, right? There is no plan. Everybody, you know, anybody with love, and I say this with all the love I can muster, anybody who has been in government or playing the power scene, being a billionaire, anybody who has been manipulating their environment, because that's what people do when they have money. If they've been doing that for 30, 35, 40 years, then what's going on right now is because of them. And they're on the way out, right, everybody? I mean, they're 80 years old. I mean, they're going to expire at some point. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I honestly do not mean that in any kind of, I'm not wishing any harm on anybody, but it's just people, human beings die. We're not immortal. So if you're 80 years old, you're much closer to the end part of your life than you are at the beginning part of your life. So that being said, I don't think that they care what happens after they aren't here. Or maybe they do. I mean, I want to believe the best about people, right? But the issue being is that it seems like in our modern political environment, people rarely retire, and they more often than not die in office. So they can't provide their replacement any help whatsoever. And it's, it could be handled better, I think. But I think that is the issue, is that we've reached a climax in our political history where it's been short-term profits over long-term gains for 100 years. And now really the bill is coming due. And I don't mean that in deficit, or I mean just in the fact that we are now going to become a country of just because. And what I mean by that is that capitalism has done its job, right? It's made everything efficient. It's created, markets. And so now we have so much abundance that we throw food away when there's hungry people, right? And I mean, from start to finish, from the farming, we throw food away, from the agricultural regulation when we're saying, well, this fruit has like 2 stems on it and not 1, you can't sell it, gets thrown away. So food, we create artificial scarcity. Housing, we create artificial scarcity. Healthcare, to a certain extent, there's artificial scarcity, and that's what capitalism does. It creates artificial scarcity. And my point is that we have so much that we literally are telling people you have to live under a bridge just because. You have to go hungry just because. And it's even getting to the point to where our society is going to be so rich that people won't have to work necessarily. There'll be just so much extra. But there are people in this world, from the dawn of man to now, where they're only after one thing from you, just one from you. And that is, they want your deference. When you are scrubbing the toilet in their 10-bedroom home, catching them playing tennis through the window, what they want at that moment is for you to be smiling and grateful that you're cleaning their toilet. That isn't to say there aren't really good people out there that take really good care of people in their lives, $20 an hour, good health care, treat them nice. There are really good, caring people, wealthy people out there that take really good care of people. But there is a spirit in our people, in our species, where certain people demand deference. And it's hard to extract that from everybody if you aren't writing them a check. And a lot, I believe, of what's going on in YouTube and Twitch and all of the media platforms is that the corporate interests want to be the sole source of ad funding so that they can control a message. And my prayer is that YouTube, who I want to believe is the hero in all of this, a dollar's a dollar, right? So if the lowbrow among our country can throw some money together and keep our YouTube economy going, then that should be a positive thing. And I really hope that it works out to be that way. It would be just an amazing thing if humans, me, just one little tiny stupid human, can reach out and put ideas out, which is what this board's about, which is how we can get everybody who wants it a house, how we can get everybody who wants it a college education, how we can get everybody who wants it great health care, how we can get, before anything, a voting system that works and that you can't question, and that we're all equal under the law, right? It's the preamble of the Constitution. And it was a promise, all of it, not just the First Amendment or the Second Amendment, but the preamble too. And it's the spirit in which everything else is supposed to be taken. And anyhow, so I kind of have this on pause. I'm going to go back and see what she ends up saying, because
trends that were surfaced and accelerated during coronavirus and what that's going to look like coming out of it to be absolutely fascinating. You all do too, judging by the way that you're, tuning in to think about housing, to think about how this is all going to go and different shifts around the country in terms of people moving and what that's all going to look like, work habits changing, etc. But because these networks have for so long limited their range to such a narrow bandwidth, and made their content so utterly repetitive and predictable. And also, by the way, the big promise of the Biden administration, which I think they've delivered on, is basically you won't have to worry about politics every day. During the Trump era, watching cable news, for a lot of people, they convinced themselves this was activism.
It's a proxy. Yeah.
That they were doing something and that they were part of making the country a better place by tuning into these shows night after night. Well, now you got Biden in the White House, mission accomplished. The bad guy's out, so we can go back to brunch, right?
I want to return to that because it's so important. I also think this is why we succeeded and are continuing to do incredibly well, even now during the Biden time, is because we never focused it just on Trump. We're like, hey, Trump came about because there's some crazy shit going on in this country. And, it's like housing market. This is happening. People are freaking out about opioid. And we covered all of that and built the coverage. And frankly, there's intellectual interests around that. And so it doesn't change that much when Trump is gone. But for them, all the stuff that we recover, they don't even know what you're talking about. With the housing market, they'd be like, wait, what's going on with housing? Or they can relate it to them. Or unless there's an explicit political angle, it's gone. It might as well not exist.
Yeah.
And that's not how people experience their lives. They don't experience their lives. They're like, hey, I tried to buy a house and I couldn't do it. Or I tried, or my cousin, suffered from this and I understand how this connects to my life. Or, down here in South Texas, the way that we talk about race is totally different than the way that we see it represented in politics. Again, none of these, if they even do get covered on cable, it's a 2-minute package in between some other bullshit around Russia or whatever. And so it's just, they're not optimized for it, and they never will be. That's the thing. It's not their business model. It's not what they know. It's not what they're good.
They're absolutely right. Sagar's absolutely right. And there are too many people with access to too many things that you, because your life matters, you don't have to get your news from a corporation. You can get your news from me, you can get your news from anybody. Because the internet is now the Associated Press. And whatever's on the internet, 90% of it's probably bull marky anyway, at a certain point. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that we are right on, it's the age of Aquarius, right? We're transitioning from matter to energy, and it affects every level of society. And that means, like, from banking, we used to transfer wealth by putting gold bars on wagons and transporting them, and now you mash a button and that hundreds of trillions of times more wealth is transferred every day electronically. So it will start to show on every aspect of humanity this shift from one age to another. And that's going to happen in politics. And part of what is on that board, is a different way to think, even about like the House of Representatives. When you go back to when the Constitution was written, there was no telephones, there was no telegraphs. There was no instant communication. So you had to send somebody on the other side of the country that you trusted to not screw you over, because you couldn't call them and yell at them. And they might not come back home, if they were really going to sell out their district. Why do congressmen, especially in the House, why do they spend so much time in Washington? They're with Zoom, and they should be working out of their congressional district office every day. And in my opinion, that would go a long way to help, even with the influence of lobbyists, because when we bring them all to Washington, it's like fish in a bucket. We put all of the power sources in one big bucket, and then they just swoop in and pick out who they want, take them to dinner and behind the scenes, they're all right there. But if it was more dispersed throughout the country, where congressmen weren't all lumped up in Washington 6 months out of the year, it might be a little bit more difficult or obvious about who was doing what when they weren't in their district. So, just an idea. That's just part of the whole, let's just change everything. Let's just change the way we're thinking about everything. And same thing with news and corporate media and the whole 9 yards. It's what we need now is imagination. More than anything else, we need imagination. And we need people to take a breath, be the best humans they can be by being great Americans, land of the free, where we can pray to God and love one another and say, no thank you, I don't want your stuff. Whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. If we live as good Americans, that'll mean that we're living as good humans. And if we throw loving God on top of that, then I think it's a win-win for everybody. So this is
good at, and that's why I think they're just going to continue to fail.
One of the most telling moments to me during the Trump era in terms of cable news was when the massive wave of teacher strikes was going on across the country.
And you're the only one who covered it.
And this was a massive shift. I mean, this was happening in red states. It was West Virginia, it was Kentucky, it was Arizona. And you had this massive labor mobilization, the likes of which we haven't seen in generations. And, they would like do one story on it, but they really didn't know how to cover it or didn't want to cover it. Why? Because it didn't have a Trump angle.
Yeah.
He wasn't involved in it. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't polarize it. It was about, these different states and what was happening with their budgets on the ground, and working people coming together and saying enough is enough, and we're going to take back power, and we're going to make demands and make sure that public education is protected, and that our pensions and the things that we were promised in our health care are protected. They really had no idea what to do with what was a fascinating story, again, unfolding in red states, places where you're told, people are just like Trump cultists and automatons, and there they are out in this massive working class solidarity movement. That to me was really telling that they've just completely shut their brains off. If it doesn't have a Trump angle, then it doesn't exist in cable news. And so now that he's gone, they really are kind of hosed.
Who's the most interesting man in the governor in the country right now? People talk a lot about Ron DeSantis. Look, he's fine, and he does, he's more of a national figure. Jim Justice is out there paying people $100 to get vaccinated, and he's a Republican who's blasting his Democratic senator for not spending enough money and blasting the Republican Party. But they don't know what to do with it. They're like, oh, that's weird. He doesn't
West
sound
Virginia
like a
is
normal.
supposed to be just like
Virginia
this
is supposed to be
backward Trump
right.
cultist.
There's
Let's remember that politicians are mid-level managers. And so they are paid by corporations and billionaires to go on television and sound just like the donors, right? So when you see a politician say words on television, the words that you hear or see are brought to you by the 1%, corporations and billionaires. It is brought to you by think tanks, by religious leaders. It is a controlled message. And when a politician says, like what just Sagar was saying about the governor, when you get a Republican governor saying, spend more money to take care of my people, that is not the message. In order to have deference, you have to have people that need a job. You need people desperate to get deference. And so when you get especially Republican politicians that say, no, we need more social services, that governor is not being paid for by corporations and billionaires. And there's an easy way to find this guy, which we could do today. We can pull this guy up on the internet. We can all look at it together. We can find out who his public donors are. And I bet you that his donors are probably not of the same ilk as the donors of, say, Ted Cruz or McConnell. Right? Those are the traditional old school GOP country club donors, and I bet it's a different stripe. But Here.
Well, it's the Trump people, but the Trump people don't align with Kevin McCarthy. And what's going on with that? Their understanding of politics is so surface level and so unnuanced, and their inability in order to try and at least understand what's going on was fine during the Trump era, because you can just jump from story to story to story. People's eyes are glued no matter what was going on. But now that they've lost their golden goose, and as long as a Malaysian air pilot doesn't drive off into the sea, I don't know what they're going to do here. All
right, we're going to have our radars for you. That's next.
All right, I bet you guys can hear the rain. I need to step away for just a few minutes. I need to go use the big man's room, and I'll put on one of my videos just because I don't want to make anybody mad. The other day I listened to a My Hero Academia clip that showed up. It was like a Crunchyroll clip, and I put it on my stream, and they told me I had to cut it out. I guess maybe I don't know. I'm sorry about that, but I apologized the other day. I hope that I don't want to make anybody mad. I'm not. That's the weird thing. You would think that there would be a definite guideline, but then again, it makes sense that it's not, because then they can play hard and fast with who they choose to come after and who they don't. So, because if it's written down on a sheet of paper and it's like, this is not copyright infringement, then that applies to everybody. But if it's more vague, then they can, and that's everybody. That's just everybody. I'm not saying anyone is worse than the other, because I don't know. But what I can imagine is what steps a business would take to protect its market share and control over whatever it feels like it would want to control. Because the bottom line is that, actually, hold on a second, guys. I lost my mouse. Yeah, like that. I mean, I just watched like that. It just showed up, and I put it on. I just clicked on it, and they were like, "No, you can't put." I don't understand that. Yes, I just saw your comment, Daniel. You missed it, but I was hiding in the closet earlier because the sirens went off, and so the warning disappeared and the sirens went away. So I think I think we're good. But you're right, there was, and I told everybody to take cover, and I put on a what to do in a tornado thing on the screen. So I was very responsible, and I channeled Starfire. Okay, I gotta put on one of my videos. Right, so we did okay, I got the microphone going. Let me turn this off. And then we'll play this because I have to go to the bathroom. Right. So I will be redoing all these videos this week or over the course of this live stream, and then doing clips and editing, because I was really just see. I mean, I guess I could hit pause right. Just when I did this was back in 2016. I was really sick. I was not only the mental stuff, but this physically ill, and it was a very low point. And as you can totally see I was just a mess, man. And the reason I did these videos back then was because I literally thought I was not going to make it. And I didn't want these ideas to disappear, because I think they're great ideas. And because they're not my ideas. All I've done is given some thought to the original ideas, which came from either the Holy Spirit or my mom, or just, common sense. It's just common sense ideas applied in real life. And over the course of 60 days, we'll be able to role play a little bit about like how this would actually work in real life. And that's part of what some of the content that I'm going to give you guys is how all of this is going to play out around the story of my hometown called Brandon. And I have made a little city in a video game, and this will be a lot of fun. I'm really excited about this, and because this is on my 3x5 card, and we'll have a little thumb video about, if you ever want to know what a 3x5 card is, you'll be able to click on that, and oh yeah, that's a really good idea. And the premise of the 3x5 card is, it's a broad question, but it's very simple, or rather it should be, and that is, what is your perfect day? And if you had to describe your perfect day, but you were limited to a 3x5 card, what would that day look like? And a lot of people have a problem, or they have difficulty in filling that card out. And that should be, in my opinion, what the purpose of public education is. Because if you can fill out that card, then you will be successful. So anyway, I'm going to put this video on and take a little break, and apologize for the low energy on it. But anyway, we're gonna make another one. It's gonna knock it out of the park. But just the point of this is that there, in a nutshell, is that we apply a tax to every good, service, stock, real estate, whole 9 yards. And that tax is put into a national trust fund. And that is how we pay for health care. And so, because we have all kinds of computers and technology, what we can do is we can make the tax scalable, and so that things that you purchase that might injure you or depreciate your health, those would be taxed at a slightly higher percentage than, let's say, things that were really good for you, that we would want you to do. And we would use risk management companies, which is the insurance industry, to monitor and maintain records of what was causing injuries, and then to be able to figure out what the cost of that was, which is what the insurance industry is really good at, and then applying that risk management to tax policy. And then you go to the doctor and you get taken care of and you leave. And there's no cash changed hands because it's not necessary. Because when little Johnny, your son, broke his foot this morning riding his bike, when you bought the bike, the tennis shoes, the helmet, the socks, the everything, you paid a small tax on all of that, which got put in public trust fund. And you go to the doctor and he does what he's going to do. He then sends 2 sets of information, one with a unique ID number that cannot be, basically so that you are who you are as an individual, your like name and address is kept separate from the insurance company. And then your real person with your tax ID and all that, because that goes to the federal government, right? Doctor says Sue Ellen had her son broke his foot, this is what it cost, right? And there's a set fee for all of it, right? Doctor gets his money, the insurance company gets money for the cost of the patient, right? So for each patient the risk management company deals with, they'll get a set fee, which is paid for out of the trust fund money. And then, anyway, so I'm just going to do the video right now, right? And so there's all kinds of cost savings that happens in the system, and paying doctors for non-complications and PBS, and everybody knows everything. Let's beat a dead horse. But what has not been attempted is a tax to collect the cost of healthcare, which would in itself make healthcare cheaper, because people would then be more aware of the cost of what they're doing to their health, because it would be more expensive. A gallon of milk should never be more expensive than a gallon of liquor, right? I mean, it's that principle. As a matter of fact, anyway, I can hear the vegans. I love everybody, and everyone has a point, and you are all right, but there is a better way we can do this. And anyway, so I'm going to play this, and I'm going to go take a little breaky here and use take a slash and be back. The premise of the idea is rooted in something my mom told me about before she passed away. And that was the principle of, if you wanted to ensure that every car on the road had no fault insurance, you would just add that cost into gasoline. So for every gallon of gas you put in your car, there would be a tax associated with that, which would go to pay for car insurance. And that's a big leap to go from there to using a point of sale system to collect our healthcare costs, but not really. If we take the idea that when you purchase something and it increases healthcare costs, and we use that principle to collect the cost of healthcare, it seems pretty rational to me. Let me explain it like this. You have an apple and a candy bar. Now, I think most people would agree, and the scientists, doctors would agree, that an apple is better for you than a candy bar. So therefore, the apple would be taxed much less than the candy bar. In addition, let's take the example of a football helmet versus a chessboard. Think when you buy protective gear for football, you are in effect acknowledging that you are participating in an activity that will, over the course of time, probably create injuries and health issues. Whereas if you were to play chess, I mean, barring somebody throwing the chessboard at you or sticking a chess piece in your mouth, the likelihood of you getting injured playing chess is much less. So that's fundamentally the principle of how much tax would be added to each item. Now, you're probably saying, well, how would the tax go to pay for the cost of health care? Well, let me show you. This would be you or me, this would be the individual. Now, the individual has an income resource, whether that is a job, a family member giving them cash, unemployment, Social Security, etc. So you have your income resource, which provides income to the individual. The individual then goes to the store. That's just a generic category for anything that any place that you would go to buy something, whether it's a department store, a restaurant, a hotel, sporting goods store, you name it. Any place that you go and you buy something, there would be a healthcare tax on that. Now, this would also have to include stocks, bonds, because if you are participating in a sale in this country, I think that perhaps our society should agree that a percentage of everything that happens should go to keep our society healthy. So if we were to take everything, boats, yachts, motorcycles, cars, homes, sofas, beds, televisions, etc., and lump all that together, that would give us a starting point at which to know I'm sorry. Ugh. So, that being said, you have the individual, and then you have point of sale, the store. When you would buy something, whether it's stocks and bonds, a bed, a pet, whatever, that's where the tax would be collected. The money then is sent to a national health trust fund. The health trust fund then would pay directly the wellness professionals and a private risk management company. Now, let me talk about this for a minute because I can hear the socialist outcry already. The individual would choose their doctor. The government would have no say. There would not be any health plans. You like your doctor, you go to your doctor. You wake up in the morning, perhaps you don't have a doctor. You wake up in the morning and you go to a clinic or you pick up the phone and you look at the phone book or get on the line and you find out, where the doctor is. And you go to the doctor, you fill out the paperwork, you have your sets of procedures, and there is no money that changes hands from the individual to the wellness professional. Now, in addition to you choosing the wellness professional, you would also choose a private risk management company. Now, this is renaming the insurance industry. This is a private corporation that has the expertise to understand and to collect data in a secure manner. This isn't the government knowing what you, the individual, are having done. All of that information about your health is kept between you, the doctor, and the insurance company. But unlike the way it works now, where the insurance company is the one that collects the doctors and sets the rate at which they charge you for, hip replacement or, broken arm. The private risk management company collects information on several things. One, they collect information on who you are. They collect information on what you're having done, and they collect information on what's causing the illness or injury. And then they crunch all those numbers and they come up with a set that says, okay, football caused $1 million in injuries. So therefore, we have to collect $1 million worth of healthcare cost from the football industry. So that would be the cleats, the uniforms, the stadium, all of that, would be added up, and then the tax would be added on a scale as to what's causing the injuries. Tennis, skiing, jogging, smoking, drinking, alcohol, skydiving, you name it. The private risk management company or insurance company would be the one to crunch these numbers because that's what they're good at. They're really good at assigning risk, understanding risk. So the individual chooses the doctor. The doctor then sends the information to a private risk management company. The private risk management company sends the information, the tax information, as to what's causing the injuries and how much the government needs to collect to the healthcare trust fund. And then the healthcare trust fund sets the taxes which is collected at the store. Now, there are several things that I'd like to touch on. One, how is the private risk management company paid? Well, they would be paid a set fee for each client that they have. For each individual that they take care of, they would get a set fee. Now, the fee would be collected in the healthcare trust fund, which would be added to the tax, because that would be part of the healthcare system. But most importantly, I think, when we talk about the benefit of the insurance company affecting cost, is that the private risk management company would also be well versed in detecting fraud and abuse. And so when the risk management company proves fraud and abuse, they would, maybe as a reward, be able to recoup half of the cost that they saved the trust. So the private risk management company finds a fraudulent doctor that's creating that's taking care of a bunch of dead patients.
Such a beautiful day. Hey Daniel, if you're there, will you
the private risk management company comes along, works with
will you type in the box?
Justice. They
they send the doctor to the trial, and the doctors take it out of the system, and then they would be rewarded with half of the cost.
Anyway,
or half they would receive half
God's
of the
there. There's Mom Girl.
From
One of my cats. I have 3 cats.
the other thing that the
I had 4.
healthcare
One
trust
recently passed away.
would talk about
Pikachu. She was a good girl.
we really, as a country, should
Sure,
be
you all
able
will
to negotiate
definitely get.
drug cost prices. We're the only industrialized country in the
Love
world
this
that
video.
doesn't do
Which one
that.
I got?
I mean, that's got to change. The other thing that we can work on are complications. Perhaps doctors can be given bonuses
Okay, let me see
or
if
they
this will
take care
work.
of patients
I
that don't
think
have
I
complications after
try
surgery.
this out, right?
So in other words, if
And then the
like,
microphone.
let's take my hand for example.
There we
I
go.
got
Nice, that
MRSA
worked.
from my doctor's outpatient clinic when they were doing some tendinitis, whatever they did to my hand after they did the surgery. Now, sure, the doctor's going to be paid for taking care of the complication, but if there was a doctor that didn't have a string of complications and he was able to keep his patients well, then perhaps.
Nice. Now, I'm
those
pretty
things
sure you all can
pass
still
on
hear
to
me,
doctors.
but I'm not sure.
The other thing to keep in mind is that it's just not the individual that's paying this tax.
From that, I'm going to assume that you
also
can't
the
always
income
assume the
resource.
audience can hear
So,
you.
for example,
Right? Isn't that what they say?
your job, has to buy
Oops.
things, and so
And
there
then
would
there's
be a
this
tax
one.
on the things that the company buys, which would, add to taking care of its employees. And so once again, I want to wrap this up because this is pretty much it in a nutshell.
In this one, there we
Is you
go.
have the individual
That doesn't have the video.
who will choose their own doctor, their own hospital. They would choose a private risk management company or insurance company, which would pay a set fee for the number of individuals they're collecting data on. They would send the information on what's causing illnesses and injuries to the healthcare trust fund with the percentage of the tax, whether it's a 2% tax or even 100% tax on individual items that are being purchased. The individual goes to the store, grocery store, hotel, car, home. The taxes apply there. The healthcare trust fund collects the money, pays it to the doctor that you chose, pays the fee to the private risk manager company that you chose. The income resource, which is paying you an income, has to purchase things from the market, so they're paying the tax. And the last thing I want to point out is that the people that don't have a job, right, the homeless people that you see on the street, they're alive because someone is giving them food and water and shelter. Because if they weren't eating, they would be dead. So if they're alive asking you for money, or if they're alive and they have to go to the doctor, that healthcare cost is recouped at the store when whomever is feeding them, whether they're getting the food from a food bank or a church or a charity, or if you give them money and they go to McDonald's, they're paying for their healthcare costs there. So if you are consuming food, beverage, you're going to contribute to the health trust. So there is no free lunch. Now, yes, this would increase the cost of everything. However, I would like to point out that there would not be Medicare, there would not be Medicaid, there would not be deductibles, co-payments. The entire system, us living in America, is how we could collect the cost of health care. Well, this is the national point of sale healthcare tax in a nutshell. I appreciate you spending time listening to my idea, and if you like this idea, then send it to a friend, send it to Bernie Sanders, send it to Hillary Clinton, send it everywhere. Maybe our campaign, the rest of the season, we could actually spend time not pointing fingers at one another and calling each other horrible names, but could we maybe talk about something that's important, something that's a little more relevant to what's going on in our country, as opposed to who's not trustworthy and, you know, who hates who more. I don't think people care. Now, anyway, thank you for sharing a few moments with me and my ideas, and I wish you and yours the very best, and may we all find peace in this lifetime. Much love. Cheers.
Well, if you have any questions or, want to ever talk about any of these policies that are on there, they each have their own video, and you can add comments there, and I'll be more than willing and welcome and to talk to anybody about that and to refine the idea and to make it better, and tell me what you think. I mean, that's what the whole point of this is. We have a conversation about what we can do to make the world better, but we got to come to the table with ideas and a plan. Otherwise, there's just absolutely no point of complaining about anything. Let's see what this is about.
Senator Bernie Sanders appeared on.
Now, guys, I'm going to put the mic on just because I like listening with you guys, but I can't. Anyway, whatever. This is how I got to do it. So I'm going to put this here, and then I'll remute it when I'm. Come here, Mama girl. Come here, Mama Noel. She's my little silver warrior. Come on, baby. And she's trying to get under where all the computers and stuff are. Come here, sweetie. Come here and say hello. You can be an internet star. Come say hello. Okay, she's camera shy. Alright, so once again, this just showed up on my feed. But I mean, I do watch them every morning. One of the best news shows. Like if you want like analysis, and I mean, it's really not. I always say local news is the best place to get like important news. But if you want analysis, they really are good at what they do, and they keep it very consistent and very fair, and they're very respectful to everybody. I just enjoy the format, and I really think that they're great. And if I had a Pepper Award to give out for non-hypocritical news, it would definitely go to Rising, because I think that they've done a great job, and they've been rock solid through all the craziness, and it's true professionals, and I just congratulate them on their success, and may they have much more in the days, months, and years to come. So please like and subscribe on their page. So I'll get a link to the Hill here by the end of the day. But please like and subscribe to theirs and mine too, because that's how we talk to the algorithm. So anyway, I want to mute the mic here for a little bit, just so I can kind of walk around and not distract, and then I can hear with you at the same time what they're saying, and I don't have to have a mic or whatever. So here we go.
On The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, and drew scrutiny from liberals online after the senator laid out the conditions that can prime people for conspiratorial thinking like QAnon.
You got 500,000 people sleeping out on the streets. You got 90 million people who are uninsured or underinsured. You got millions of people working for starvation wages. People have seen their jobs go to China and Mexico. And these people are looking out and say, does anyone give a damn about me? Why should I have faith in a government that has deserted me and my family? And then with that mentality, people become open for a
All right, I'm gonna listen to it again, because I think what he says here is really, really important.
conspiracy theories, for big lies, etc.
That can prime people for conspiratorial thinking like QAnon.
You got 500,000 people sleeping out on the streets. You got 90 million people who are uninsured or underinsured. You got millions of people working for starvation wages. People have seen their jobs go to China and Mexico. And these people are looking out and say, does anyone give a damn about me? Why should I have faith in a government that has deserted me and my family? And then with that mentality, people become open for conspiracy theories, for big lies, etc.
Democratic strategist Colin Rohero and culture editor at The Federalist, Emily Jasinski, they join us now to discuss. Emily, I think it's very telling that anyone would criticize someone for saying that because it's just so patently obvious. We're talking about institutional failures, both seen from the left and from the right. Both sides seem to understand this for their own voters, but don't for the other, when it's obviously a bipartisan and uniquely American phenomenon.
Absolutely.
I think my mic was off for that heartfelt plea. Anyway, sorry about that. Well, I guess you got to get used to it. I basically was just, well, anyway. Let's just rehash it and make it not real. Or honest, I don't think. Hey, Mama Girl. So, I will say this. So I'm going to go back one more time. That was a lot of that dead air space, but anyway. Oops. I'm losing the mask. All right, let's try that again. Well, no, because I just get so worried that I don't want to like do something bad, like I'm not supposed to be anyway. I like both of these people. I think he's from Florida. I might have. He's way too young to be who I think he is. So, or if he is, I need to take his vitamins because he's. And she's great too. I like. So this whole show, every one of them is just they're all. I'm just so. It's great to see young, new people like making it happen, and it's nice that it's just anyway. It's just nice to be part of watching something develop because I've been watching them for about 2 years now, and they're great. So. Oh, here, I wonder if I can do that on this. So I always, like, if I really like something, right? And so what I'll do is, like, because I always want to lead by example, because you all can see this, right? Yeah, okay. So, like, down here on the YouTube, right, you can go to the applaud, right? And then I guess it's like super chat for Twitch. Now, this is the funny thing. Believe it or not, I've never really been on Twitch. I know you all are like, no, wait, that's not my thing. I really struggled with where to, well, not struggled. I've made a decision that YouTube, because I'm a Gen Xer and I'm comfortable with YouTube, and I like that I can put a video out, which is what this is all helping me do. I really like YouTube. So anyway, down here, I guess you can super chat, but all I do is just applaud. I don't ever put anything in there, and just whatever the default thing is goes up. Because the point is, for me, when I hit that, it's like I'm supporting them, right? Because it's money, and then they know there's got to be some analytic to how many people do that, and there's some algorithm behind all of it. So I think that that's always a really good thing to do. So always, whenever you watch a video and you like it, you should always like it and subscribe to it if you want to get notifications and it shows up on your feed more, just like on Facebook. But it's wow, I remember when they had like 300,000 subscribers, even less than that. That's so nice to see them grow that big. All right, so what I do is that I always applaud, and then you guys can see the little handshake thing. I don't know if anybody else sees it, but I always, like I said, I always like to like and share, get their message out there. And I hope if y'all want something going on in the background, if it's not me, let it be one of them, right? Because especially in the morning there, it's a great way to Start your day. Okay, so I do a little applaud here, and I just do $2, I guess. That's 5. No, that's 2. See, and you get the little clappy claps. Okay, the mic's on. Okay, so I'm gonna I'm gonna play it till we get to the burning, and then I'll stop. I won't go back again. So here we go. I'm gonna turn the mic off first, just because.
There and drew scrutiny from liberals online after the senator laid out the conditions that can prime people for conspiratorial thinking like QAnon.
You got 500,000 people sleeping out on the streets. You got 90 million people who are uninsured or underinsured. You got millions of people working for starvation wages. People have seen their jobs go to China and Mexico. And these people are looking out and say, does anyone give a damn about me? Why should I have faith in a government that has deserted me and my family? And then with that mentality, people become open for conspiracy theories, for big lies, etc.
Democratic.
Senator Bernie
I gotta get used to that. I gotta have an auto pickup on the mic. Anyway, so this is Mama Girl. She's coming in my lap. She used to live outside. Oh, there she goes. Okay, anyway, I'm usually a little bit more receptive to her. Oh, there's Mama Girl. Sorry about that, guys. She stepped on my keyboard. Okay. Let's see here. Right, so we just saw the video, and I was talking about the conspiracy thing and how, people do conspire, and believing in a theory that involves conspiracy doesn't necessarily make you paranoid. And that is often so easily lassoed around a lot of our brothers and sisters that perhaps are on the right side, the conservative side, and that in itself is a conspiracy if you think about it, which is funny, but anyway. So anyway, I want to see what I'd be interested to know what these folks think, because they know way more than me.
Failures, both seen from the left.
Sorry, I got to turn the mic off. Sorry. I'm going to get this damn.
Left and from the right, both sides seem to understand this for their own voters, but don't for the other, when it's obviously a bipartisan and uniquely American phenomenon.
Absolutely. It is idiotic to freak out over what Bernie Sanders said. In fact, as you said,
from the right, both sides seem for saying that, because it's just so patently obvious. We're talking about institutional failures, both seen from the left and from the right. Both sides seem to understand this for their own voters, but don't for the other, when it's obviously a bipartisan and uniquely American phenomenon.
Absolutely. It is idiotic to freak out over what Bernie Sanders said. In fact, as you said, Sagar, it is telling. The left in general should be saying exactly what he's saying. They don't even understand it, let alone have the willingness to think about it in public, because they're terrified and they genuinely are that disconnected with the American people. Our political class has every reason to trust the political class because they're running it. The rest.
Once again, spot on, Miss Jahinsky, that I really hope I'm saying her last name right. She's right. It's for them, by them. That's the whole point. And it's a country club. You buy a membership, you're allowed to eat in a certain building and play golf here. Right? It's exclusive. It's for them, by them. So they don't have to worry about any policies affecting them, because the people that they put in the positions of power are just like them. So they make sure that the people that go to Washington not only are just like them financially, and that all their boats are going to sink together, right? But in addition, that they're the selfish of the selfish. That they will make sure that there are no revolutionaries sent there. So it's frightening. Being on the outside, being just some little dude living in Georgia, unemployed, trying to put ideas out in the world and make figure stuff out and not go mad. You see all this, right? This is the perfect thing of, you really want to do psychological experimentation. Facebook has it on their little thing that they do it. Everybody does it. Everybody. We all manipulate people. But my point is that to see video, right, and then to watch people react to it and then explain why they got there is way more of a demographic thing. Like, if you really wanted to understand people, it just seems like that's. It's like, whereas if it's, I'm not coming down on Facebook at all, but like, if you put out images, right, and the only real response you get is just like a Twitter response, that is different than this. Because what's in the box is like Facebook or whatever, right? It's what I see. And this is me reacting to it. So, I think it's a win-win for everybody, because it's interesting. I think it's interesting. It's interesting. Remember what she was saying is that the left, and when people say left, they usually refer to Democrats. And so she's saying that the Democrats need to be saying exactly what Bernie Sanders is saying. And I'm going to go back just a little bit and make sure I didn't misinterpret what she said.
Telling. The left.
I need to turn the mic off, sorry. I'm sure you guys get a lot of feedback from that.
in general should be saying exactly what he's saying. They don't even understand it, let alone have the willingness to think about it in public, because they're terrified and they genuinely are that disconnected with the American people. Our political class has every reason to trust the political class because they're running it. The rest of the country, and I mean the rest of the country, I'm not just talking about the working class, I'm talking about the rest of the country. And if you look at who follows QAnon, it is not just the working class. That nobody has any reason to trust the political class. They have no reason to trust the media. They have no reason to trust the government, when, especially over the course of the last year. So if you can't even say that aloud, and in fact you're criticizing somebody who is accurately diagnosing the problem, you are so far untethered from the reality of the situation that you are in a position to correct. It's outrageous. And the fact that
So back to my point, right? So if we all have three closets, sorry, I was reading the chat. If we all have three, you take three columns, right? And if you want to put your actions into one of them, right? So are your actions being heroic? Are they being villainous? Or are they being just neutral, right? Which I like to call the opponent column. It's like, anyway, so she's right. She's absolutely right. And if you're in a position of power and you can change things, and you say you want to change them but you don't, and it's wink wink, I'm gaslighting you, then that makes you a villain, right? Could you put that in the comments? Like, I mean, let's have a conversation about this. Like, I know people go straw man, right? But it's funny how part of the issue of wanting a rule book is that, why do I have to stumble over committing the crime to find out if it's illegal? Like, why can't I go up to a police officer and say, hey, can I do X, Y, and Z? Right, and be told whether or not that's legal or illegal. It seems backward, but that's my crazy mind. That's why I struggle in the world. So back to the point about whether or not something's illegal or legal. Goodness, I forgot my train of thought. But let's get. I'm gonna put this on here.
That their sort of blue checks are upset about this speaks to a huge problem on the left. I mean, just it's hard to even understate it.
Yeah.
Colin, I don't know why it's so hard to hold two things in your mind at once. That, number one, people are responsible for their own actions. You know, there are plenty of working class people out there who are totally screwed over by the government and lied to, that didn't storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. But also that if we want to understand the root causes of why these phenomena are emerging, we have to look at the social, societal factors as well. Like, why is that so hard to understand?
I think anybody who criticizes Bernie Sanders for his comments here completely missed 2016, completely missed 2020, and has not been paying attention to the political attitude in the country for the last 10 to 15 years even. Bernie is telling the truth. Bernie had appeal for exactly what he's talking about. He almost won 2 Democratic primaries, and Donald Trump won specifically for this reason. So why people are untethered from that particular reality, I think, is just because majority of them, not all of them, elected officials on both sides, don't experience that life every day. The life that everybody has been living, where they're losing economic power, they're losing kind of their feeling of security, economically speaking, and they want someone to blame and or to help them. And so right now you have Donald Trump come in and say,
I won't forget to turn the mic on this time. So, what everyone is dancing around about is that people go to Washington, that people run for office, they go to Washington. They have the ability to use institutions to fix problems, to address issues that we all have. Boomer GOP call that socialism, but that's not socialism. But to what we're talking about in this thing about Bernie and what people don't understand is in the 3 columns, villainy, heroics, and neutrality, right? That what the one narrative is that government is divided and inept. That's one narrative. Another narrative is that this is all on purpose. That everyone there is playing the same game. They are all go to the same country club. They all go to the same universities. They go to the same parties, and they protect themselves. Because there are as many white people suffering as there are black people suffering for the same reason. The people that are causing the suffering are getting worried because they do not know how to manage this any longer. Because they're tired, because they've been managing this for 50 years and they're running out of steam. So we need to come up with a plan on what we will do when they are no longer in power. If recent history is any example, they won't leave power until they pass away from natural causes, just like Ruth Bader Ginsburg did. That isn't me wishing them to die. It's just they die in office from natural causes. So there's no plan on what comes next because it wasn't their concern. Why would they have a plan? So anyway, I do think that in addition to everything that they're saying, that one other possibility is that this is all on purpose. Everyone knows exactly what they're doing, and that they don't know how to say no any longer without saying just because. And the moment they do that, why would you send them back to Washington? The minute a politician tells you, no, you can't have, no, we will not address clean water in your community just because. The minute they say that to you, why would you send them back? All right, so anyway, let's see what they say. I'm going to turn the mic off. Mic. I need to have a big red mic button.
Say, I hear you. I understand what you're going through, even though he did not. And he appealed to them. And he almost won in 2020. I mean, Democrats didn't win by a large margin here, percentage-wise, in the presidential race. And I think that is the real danger that's going on here that is driving this kind of non-factual reality that we're living in, politically speaking, right? And I have to say, I don't think it's a uniquely American phenomenon. If you look anywhere around the world where there's a challenging economic situation, people give in to these religious theories as the way to move out of them, or other conspiratorial things that are not based in quote unquote fact, to have them find their way out of it. And I think we're approaching that, and that's the number one challenge for politicians in the United States right now. I don't care what party they're in. Can we help those who are struggling in America, who are continuing to lose economic ground?
Yeah, actually.
I hate this mic button. I really do.
Actually meant it. It's a
other conspiratorial things that are not based in quote unquote fact, to have them find their way out of it. And I think we're approaching that, and that's the number one challenge for politicians in the United States right now. I don't care what party they're in. Can we help those who are struggling in America, who are continuing to lose economic ground?
Yeah, I actually meant it. It's a uniquely.
Yeah, that's so. Just in case I didn't record that, I want to make sure that this, you guys hear what I'm saying about this. we're getting to a point to where we are not helping Americans just because. And I don't think that's right or good. Especially when we're all supposed to be equal under the law and kind of, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And, and then the way I always like to say is that, Jesus said, take care of the least among us. And so I consider that like a biblical rule. And so God would only tell you to do something that would benefit you. So if I were going to cure cancer, if I were God and I was going to, and I make a commandment to you, and I say, take care of the least among us, I would put all the secrets to your success as a species in the least among you. That being said, our government and our elected leaders and these people that have trillions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth and influence, they could house every homeless person. But it's deference, and it's somebody out there wants people to be homeless. Somebody out there wants people to not get medical care. Somebody out there wants people to have to work 40 hours a week on their hands and knees to keep a roof over our head. Some people want that. I call that villainy. Not very heroic to me. So all of what this conversation is about is that there are people who don't know how to say no to people, because if they pass legislation and help people, then it pisses off their donors, and then they're not, anyway. Probably beating a dead horse here with this, but everybody here is right. The issue is that the folks in power need to get it together.
American phenomenon in that to deny it, it's just so patently obvious. You look across the rest of the world and you're like, they know what's going on there. It's like we're ones who are like, no, that's got nothing to do
with
us. It's got nothing to do with what's happening and manifesting itself in our politics. It's fascinating because the backlash towards that, and I can see this on the right too, is that it's granting legitimacy, Emily, to the concerns of, yes, it's like not everybody, like you said, how many people who were in the crowd that day even stormed the Capitol? It's not all of them, right? Like all of them still believe the election was stolen. It's like, okay, well, how does that happen? How do you even get primed in order to believe something like that? And yet there's no real grappling with that question by most people in the political class, is there, Emily?
No, there is not at all. And that's a great comparison because QAnon has some intersection with the election conspiracy theories and like the Lynn Wood nonsense, but it is also kind of its own thing. There are a lot of people in the country, when you have the president.
Back to the fifth element, right? The 5 rungs around the nucleus. Is that as the first thing before we raise taxes, feed hungry people, the first thing we have to do is create a voting system that is as secure as our financial system, that is unimpeachable, unquestionable. And if we are going to really do a democratic republic, then the one thing that can never be said is the election was stolen. So there are many ways to accomplish that. Many, many ways indeed. We will have a whole day, video, hour, whatever. We will condense our conversation to that. So.
The United States coming out and saying he won in a landslide and it was stolen. That's another institution that because they didn't trust any of the other institutions, the media, the government, and they couldn't, big business, they couldn't trust those institutions because they'd failed them. They'd sent their kids to die in wars. They'd raided their retirement savings, et cetera, over this.
Exactly. So I just really hope that as we go through our conversation that everyone realizes that people, your neighbors, people that are not the enemy. We are brothers and sisters and we are in this together, and we have to stop allowing outside forces to control the way we feel and behave towards others that we don't even know. And it's important.
This long buildup, no reason to trust absolutely anybody. And Donald Trump comes along and says you have no reason to trust anybody. And then he tells you he won in a landslide. I mean, it's another person that you can't trust, but you can see from a sort of like rational perspective why people put their trust in him and how I think he abused that trust. But this is like such a perfect example of why our elites, it's probably not just leftist elites that are criticizing Bernie for this. It's probably just like the neoliberal contingency in general, the Morning Joe crowd. It's 100% right. They don't understand it. They have no appetite to understand it. Instead, they just go after.
This is crystallizing an earlier point in that I don't think it's that they don't understand. It's that it's on purpose. This is a constructive narrative. I think what she's saying is that neoliberal Morning Joe crowd, to use Emily's words, they're there because there's advertising and there is big money and it's on purpose. So this is a constructed narrative from, it'd have to be.
After Bernie to virtue signal in their stupid Twitter echo chambers. It doesn't move the ball forward for anybody, and it doesn't help anybody but themselves. They'll get some retweets out of it, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole cottage industry of like finding absurd things to hate Bernie Sanders over. But Colin, I think that, you know, as someone who cares a lot about politics and the Democratic Party, I think there's like something here about why Democrats, when they start to lose their grip on a state, they just like abandon that state. Because rather than looking at, and James Carville actually made this point in Florida, rather than looking at Florida and being like, wait a second, $15 minimum wage just dominated, as did, they just voted in favor of restoring voting rights for felons who've, you know, served their time. So this should be a state that Democrats can win, but they get into their head, not like, oh, maybe have the wrong messaging, or maybe we need to, you know, have a different platform or appeal in a different way. It's, oh, these people in that state are bad, ergo, we can't possibly win there. So let's just move on from Ohio. Let's just move on from Iowa. Let's just move on from Florida. These states are unwinnable because the people are bad and wrong.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry. I timed that bad. And, like what happened in Arizona, is that not only will they abandon the state, they take all of the money out of it, so that the Democrats that are left there have no money, no support, and allegedly billionaire boomers who have been in politics and power for 50 years. They don't have any interest in helping poor Americans. Not fixing the problem.
There's nothing we can do to change that.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point, and that point is really a difference in how politics in campaigns are played out between Republicans and Democrats. I have always felt this way. My Republican colleagues who work in campaigns will attest to this at some level. Republicans always have a long-term plan as to where they're moving. So they've got a 10-year plan for Florida, a 10-year plan for Ohio, and they continue to enact that plan over time, and it's been successful. Democrats don't necessarily abandon the state, so to speak, or abandon the people there or say the people are bad. They're looking at what's the easiest pickup this next 2-year cycle. What's the easiest places for us to win in 2022 instead of saying, look, yes, we need to win in 2022, but we've also got to win in 4 and 6 and
So the corporate mindset has taken over the Democratic National Party. Hear what the dude just said? It's where can we win in 2 years, right? So it is short-term gains over long-term profits, right? They are only interested in maintaining power and winning. As a political party, if that is your only goal in and of itself, that's bad. It's one thing to believe that you're using your power for good, that you're being heroic with that power, but if you're only winning to not help other people, that makes you, I mean, that's one of the other two columns. So, right? So just remember, what he's saying is that the Democratic Party is going from where is the easiest path to win. That's short-term profit or whatever, however it's supposed to go, right? But they are stepping over $1 to pick up a penny. It makes total sense, right? You talk about culture, corporate culture, right? So you get all these board members, politicians, elites, artists. They all went to Ivy League schools. They all go to the same islands. They all go on the same boats. They all go everywhere. They all know each other. Their kids hang out together. They don't see you or me. I mean, I'm a part of, anyway, that's a story for a different day.
And 2030. So how are we going to do that? And let's continue to build towards that. That's the real thing that you're seeing play out here. And I think it's because Democrats often operate from a perspective of scarcity and campaign funding. And that's not really the world we live in. Democrats raise money, and they raise lots of money. And we can continue to raise money, continue to fund campaigns from regular people and from other organizations that help, support Democratic candidates. But we've got to have a long-term plan and understand that dynamic that you're talking about that's going on underneath the surface of polling, underneath the surface of everything, and build a long-term strategy that lets people know, yes, we understand you're frustrated by a lack of opportunities, and define those opportunities how they they are, economic, educational, etc., and then work towards satisfying those needs. That's what has to be done here, and have a messaging plan that works in coordination.
His point is 100% correct, and it's equally valid to the church. There's no plan. What's the church doing? Wake up, people. What's the church doing? Sitting on $1 trillion in cash in America alone. What are you doing? There's no plan.
Coordination with that. Right now, we kind of lack both.
That's well said, guys. Okay, really appreciate it. Coming up, Disney is going to reveals why Mulan was filmed in a region of China, which is ethnically cleansing Uyghur Muslims. And according to journalist Zed Jalani, it's basically a shrug. Zed is going to discuss Disney's response when Rising continues.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed that video. Once again, please go to The Hill, like and subscribe. Don't forget to click the little notification button too, so that you get notified. But every day, 10:30, they put their it's on YouTube, and you can listen to it by clips too. So it's very easy to digest throughout your day. All right, I need to stretch my legs here for a few minutes, and I will just so that mic's still on. Yes, okay. So I'll put on this clip from when I did a little radio spot with one of my neighbors here. I hope she's doing okay. So let's see here. Alright, turn the mic down. I'll be back, guys. Peace and blessings. I'll be back in. Anyway, watch some of this with you, but this would be a nice little thing if you got some mics on. Okay.
At the helm, myself, Buddy Folks, holding it strong for Sharice Nicole today. And in true I&I radio fashion, we always give reverence and pay respect to our elders, our ancestors, the youth, to each other, because we're all one unit. And for many of those who are in the know, I'm sure you heard of the recent transition of Afeni Shakur, the mother of Tupac. So that was I&I Radio's small tribute to the life. I mean, there ain't enough time to do everything that this sister accomplished, but that was our tribute to Afeni Shakur. And of course, throughout the day, you'll get many different tributes from I&I Radio, from WRG. If you listen from 6 to 7:30 to what is a song, the Friday Night Drum this evening, you will get a little more in-depth info on yourself, as well as the life of Afeni Shakur, and many more revolutionaries on what is a song, the Friday Night Drum. But today, here in this studio, it's all about higher learning, education, edutainment, which is what we do anyway. But in the studio with me, I have two people who are from two, I would say maybe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, two separate organizations, but there really is no separation when it comes to the work that needs to be done. So first thing and foremost, I'd like to introduce to the WRG community David Peppers, who is the, let me get it right, who is the president of Christian Capitalist LLC, and also Melissa Hughley, who is with the organization Parent Education Group. They are both here in the WRG studios and the INI radio studios to share with us a little bit of their form of education, or at least their angle, and the reason why we are here today and the information that's needed. I mean, it's a new time. It's spring. Everything is blooming and blossoming. Everything is growing right now. Everything just on its own, and that's the beauty of nature. So I guess speaking of growing in nature and everything, I'm going to start with you, David. You are actually, your organization is actually, it's like you have a lot going on here. You have an idea of turning Turner Field into a modern hanging garden, and many know that the Braves are exiting this year. This is their final year.
That's correct.
And also the future of aquaponics. Aquaponics is the future of farming. I'm very familiar with aquaponics, and it definitely is something that is easy for those living in the city. I mean, for those who have no lawn at all, who just have a condo. This is something that you can do and still grow your own food. And we can also, we're going to discuss how to make education better. So without further ado, would you introduce yourself to the community?
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Peppers. I'm the president of Christian Capitalist LLC, and it is an organization that is trying to change the world and make it a better place for everybody. And I'd just like to start off by touching on the importance of aquaponics and how it is the future of farming. And when we look out over the landscape that is our world today, water is becoming a much more dire resource. And when you look at what's going on in California and Montana and climate change, the beauty about aquaponics is that it is a completely recyclable system, that the water, there's no runoff, it's completely flexible, it's scalable, and it allows people to be able to make profit for themselves. It also allows people to have food security and to know exactly where their food is coming from. It is, it's just, we have to change the way that we're doing things in our society, because in a nutshell, times are getting rough for everybody, and a lot of people are out of work, and we're all relying on external sources to keep our communities going. And the one thing that is most crucial for our society to thrive is the health of our communities. And with all of the pesticides and GMO products and all things like that, it's just important that we know where our food's coming from, because it's just my belief that one day in the future there's not going to be any food at Kroger. Maybe not forever, but for, if it dries up for 3 or 4 weeks, what are we going to do? Most people, are paycheck to paycheck, and their pantries are bare as it is. And with just some community gardening, with aquaponics systems that are set up in your own backyard, you're able to really take control of your health, your well-being, and your community as well.
Now, explain to those who may not be familiar with the term aquaponics, what exactly is aquaponics, and how is it different than hydroponics?
Well, hydroponics is where the plants actually grow in just water. And aquaponics is a combination of a protein source, which is fish, and the grow material. And so what happens is that the fish act as the fertilizer. And so their waste product is converted into fertilizer, and then the plants will remove the ammonia from the water, which allows the water that the fish live in to be purified. So it is a holistic, closed system that not only allows you to grow plants, but also a protein source. And we're doing some experiments right now. We're trying to get freshwater shellfish and mussels and clams to grow so that it wouldn't just be fish. And it's a beautiful system, and it, in a way, it reproduces the I'm from Florida, and it reproduces the ebb and flow of the Everglades. And so the fish are very happy. It does take a little bit of finesse to get the system equalized, but once you do that, it's a hands-off system. It is the future of farming, because the most important thing that I would like everybody to be aware of is that in aquaponics there is no runoff. So the water,
it's just circulating there, so you keep the same water basically.
exactly. And it's also, if you didn't want to grow organic crops, you could remove the fish entirely from the system and use a fertilizer. But the beautiful thing about that is that the fertilizer never runs into our streams and oceans. It stays in the container and it's reused. The water can be tested regularly, and when the fertilizer is withdrawn from the water by the plants, you can just add a little bit more. So it can be used organically and non-organically.
That's interesting. I've never looked at it from the non-organic side, because in my mind I'm like, who would want to put pesticides in their body? But we do know that I say ignorance is a liability, but to many ignorance really is bliss. Many just don't want to know. Like, I don't want to know. I feel something is needed, and I feel that there's a change coming, or I feel that this is happening, but I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know. And my sister.
Yes, my brother.
You are here as well as you, my brother David. You're here as well, doing the same thing with me. You are here doing just about what I was just describing. I mean, I don't want to know about what's going on now, and in many different aspects. We can come from different angles when it comes to the idea of voting and information on it. But there's a difference in voting, in my opinion, and my explanation by that is, right now there is mayhem and craziness going on in this three-ring circus of people running for their nominations to be the next president. So when one's here voting, a lot of times that's automatically what your mind goes to: president.
Yeah, to president.
The large elections.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times we miss these little small elections, and these little small elections are the ones that really matter. So while you're blaming whoever's in office up at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, no, it's live and direct right in your neighborhood around the corner. So explain to the community why it is important to know what's going on where you live.
Well, for certain reasons, to make sure that you are putting individuals in office that are actually speaking for you. You want to make sure that your voice is being heard without and throughout your communities. So a lot of people do not go out and vote, and you're absolutely right. A lot of people go out and vote just for big elections, presidents, and no one is looking at the senators, who also makes decisions, which is Congress. No one is looking at the judges, who also make decisions about how much time you may have to do or serve when you are in front of one. No one is looking at district attorneys. So no one is actually looking at it. And with my organization, we try to get that information out to parents and say, hey, you can't complain if you don't do anything. So if you want your voice to be heard, you have to stand up and you have to make sure that they hear you. So this is the information that we try to get out to parents. This is why it's so important this year, definitely. We have so many different things coming up in education, which is the splash, which is the 1 penny that everyone go out and vote for, and it's used for education to improve the schools, to give us buildings, books, technology, and things of that nature to further educate our children. But a lot of people don't know anything about it. They just go in, they don't know to vote. The ballot is so long, but they don't really know. And then also the Opportunity School District, which is a law that passed this year under Governor Nathan Deal to improve failing schools. So I'm not trying to tell anyone how to vote, but I would like you to make sure that you read the ballots when you go to the polling May the 24th, and make sure that you understand what it is you're voting for, because a lot of people don't understand what they're voting for. And also, we work very closely with David with this, and this is an opportunity for STEM. This is STEM. So Splash would definitely help innovate our kids with this. The kids are very excited about growing food and being able to sustain themselves over the coming years. So
now, if you can explain Splash to the community, because many may it may be just a fear or a misunderstanding or ignorance to certain terms and what legislations are being passed, so they just saw that, oh, that sound like something else. I don't know what that even means. But then also the STEM. I do recognize STEM as being science, technology, engineering, and math, which is something that is very important right now in these times, because using the mind on that level is being challenged right now in mainstream society. It's almost like it's cool again, like you said, to just be ignorant to certain things and just not know. It's okay, it's all good, but it's not all good to not know. That's how you get someone to continuously feed you information, food, physically, spiritually, mentally, that they want to feed you, and now you become a mini one of them.
That's true.
But not today. Today we're busting that out. We're working out higher learning, higher science on INI Radio.
That's right.
I want to thank Sharice Nicole for getting these interviews together and setting this up, because I'm usually when I fill in her shoes, which are some very strong shoes, I just play a little music, may have some information, but today this is a very, very wonderful conversation. So I'd like to give thanks and shout out Sharice Nicole for making this possible.
Well, thank you for having us.
Thank you for having both of us here.
Yes, we thank you. So now, before you get splashed, now I've seen this term on signs when you drive by, and there really is no education on it. Could you give those who may not know exactly?
It is it's like a tax. It's a 1 penny tax, and it is geared towards education. It's for schools. It's a tax split between Fulton County, Atlanta, DeKalb, and Decatur. So the money that we receive from all of those particular counties, that 1 penny actually is divided amongst those particular counties, and it is divided for educational purposes. It's a totally different tax from the transportation tax. I think that's probably where the community get confused at. Okay, is this a transportation tax or is it for education? Splash is for education. That's what it's for. It's for to improve in schools, to better educate our students, also to improve STEM, which is one of the things that we desperately need. That is the funding that we could use to actually bring that into the schools to help motivate our kids.
So they could learn aquaponics,
and they can definitely learn that.
Honestly, I'm in my just breaking through the door of 40. When I was young, especially elementary school, I remember having a horticulture class and always thinking, man, I can't wait till I'm old enough to get into horticulture class. It just seemed cool to grow plants and be with that. But by the time I got old enough to do it, it was gone. That was one of the first things to kind of start to dwindle away from public education. And the more you take away of that vibration, then again, the more you get, robots and people who are doing what they're told instead of being their natural selves. David, anything to say?
Well, sure. As far as education goes, I've always believed that the purpose of public education is to end poverty, and it's not to prepare poor kids for prison. And the way that we've removed art, we've removed civics, we've removed so many things out of our public education system, and we're turning our children into mindless robots that have to sit still for 8 hours and not ask questions and not dream and not hope for anything better than what they see right in front of them. And the whole thing about improving science and technology is so that we can all become profit centers for ourselves, as opposed to making profit for our corporate overlords, which want nothing from us other than our obedience. And in closing, I just wanted to throw this idea out for the community, and that Turner Field is, they're discussing what they want to do with it once the Braves leave. And if you can imagine in your mind where if we could remove all of the seats from the stadium and put aquaponic units in those different levels and turn the field with the Georgia Aquarium into a large fish farm, and use the water from there to circulate among the aquaponic units that would be up in the stands, then you would be able to see that from 20 and 85, and perhaps we could even change it into where the parking lots have all become open green spaces with picnic tables, and perhaps GSU could have the foremost aquaponic or urban gardening degree in the Southeast, and provide free food for the community once a week, once a month, where all of Atlanta could come together and sit down and share a meal together. And so we could get to know our brothers and sisters, because we have to, as a community, take responsibility for ourselves and ensure that we are all well and not just the 1%.
Shade. Yes, indeed. I love it. Well, again, see what I'm saying? This is a great day. I definitely enjoyed this conversation, and I'm sure the community have as well. Now, would you, either one of you, well, pardon me, both of you, have any information that you'd like to share with the community to contact you further on aquaponics, David, and also
education?
We'd like to get educated more.
Well, for me, for the Parent Education Group, we will be at the Atlanta Metropolitan Library on May the 17th. From 10 to 11. If you want to learn information on Splash and Opportunity School District, we'll have the information available for you, and it'll be from 10 to 11, and just come out and find out what you need to know and get educated.
Amen.
How you learning?
How you learning?
If anybody's interested in learning a little bit more about aquaponics, they could go to my YouTube channel, which is under David Peppers. It's also linked on my Facebook page, which is Christian Capitalist. And you can also go to my website, which is christiancapitalist.solutions.
Okay. All right. Well, give thanks again. And I wish you wonderful blessings on this beautiful day in your tribe, whatever it is. Make sure you arrive there safely and continue to educate. You know, this is something that, you know, we can, in our passing with those on the street, we can just strike up conversation about things like this, and not, did you see Empire last night?
Well, it's a good show.
I just wanted to wish everybody the best. I'm sorry, buddy. I just wanted to wish everybody the best, and to you and yours, and may we all find some peace and happiness in our lifetimes.
And I just want to say one last thing. From the Parent Education Group, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And have a great time. It's going to be warm. So grab your families and just get out there and have a good time, ladies.
Good time. And as you can tell, INR Radio, you know, gave our tribute to mothers as well early as, I mean, all the way to the motherland.
That's
from
right.
mama to mama.
To mama to mama.
Amen.
Right.
There
Well,
it is.
since we've been doing it like that, let's continue to sow these seeds. Let's see if we can sow some more seeds.
All right.
And more seeds. This is WRFG Atlanta, your station for progressive information.
All right. Did you get it? Was you able to get it off?
I'm getting the hang of this, I think. All right. Well, I hope y'all enjoyed that. That was from way back when. Let's see here. This caught my eye. I'm Ooh, I haven't watched that John Oliver, but that's more afternoony, I think. Ooh, a new organ. Ooh. I haven't watched that Omni-Man yet. See, where did that go? It's on my other one. Is the one he just... Oh, this one. This is the one. All right, the mic is on. Yes, all right. So I'm going to turn the mic off so I can listen to it in time with you guys, and then just makes it much more enjoyable for me anyway, so...
Even these tables are vacant. You can have them for $5. You could have your own handbag shop right here across from Macy's. If those are vacant, you know something's not normal. Even these tables are vacant. You can have them for huge problem. There is a lot of vacant real estate. And according to this article, over 7 million square feet of office space. You can actually see an empty office right there across the building. And I think that's another one way down there. This office is in Soho, which is near Houston Street in southern Manhattan, but it's the same thing all over town. So that right there is the 34th Street Macy's. It isn't going anywhere. And this is like one of the hottest corners to have a store in all of Midtown. But look at this. That whole corner used to be Victoria's Secret. It's vacant. And across the street from that, this was the Gap. This store had been here ever since I moved to New York, which was in 2006, and I can remember for my corporate accounting job going in here to buy pants that could pass as business casual. And even the H&M across the street, they've always had 2 stores in this neighborhood, but about a year ago, they closed their other 2 locations and just took over this spot. So even they downsized. It is an enviable location right across from Macy's though. How long have you lived in New York for?
My entire life.
How different is this 34th Street area from what you remember? I mean, just a couple years ago, this place was packed.
They're empty storefronts, and it's absolutely like half a desert.
This goes against my point, but you see that building? This is the Farley Post Office building, and believe it or not, Facebook signed a massive lease taking over most of the space that was available here, but that costs a lot of money and not every company has Facebook money. There's the New Yorker Hotel, and look at this entire building totally empty for lease by owner. Will you need that if you want to expand your business? Which sells I Love New York t-shirts. There was a Foot Action here. It was pretty big. They had that store and they had the other store, but they're closed now.
That's kind of, that, I don't know, that scares me. I mean, well, not scares me, but we're in a transition. Everything that was the way it was isn't going to be the way it will be. And it's,
American Eagle, that's no longer open. This over here used to be Uniqlo. On the other side.
I mean, that's just, all that is scary. I mean, you would think, well, I guess what's frightening is change. And let us find a better way. Let's hope that we can find a better way to make, find a better way to do this.
Side of that bus, it was a massive 2-level store and now it's empty. When big brands are pulling out, you know that something's a little weird. This building right here is actually the Mall of Manhattan. On the ground floor, it looks like there's vacant storefronts. Maybe it's because outside you can buy designer handbags. These would make fantastic Christmas presents for someone that you hate. Look at that. This place is completely deserted. That used to be an Express. And at one point down here, there was a JCPenney's. But look at that, everything is empty. The whole mezzanine level in the basement. There were a whole bunch more over here, but they've just...
I love watching shows on rental market in different cities because it kind of, it's one way to, it's like local news. I think that this is way more of a local news program than what I see on television. But I don't really see anything on television. I don't watch television. But you guys, you know what I mean. But seriously, right? I mean, the place, it's empty. It's a big mall. I mean, clearly it didn't used to be empty. You know, hopefully we'll figure this out. But that's, I mean, that's a lot of empty square foot space. There's Mama Girl. That's Mama Girl back there. Now, since I got him on pause, okay, so I just want to make sure. Okay, so his YouTube page is Cash Jordan. He is a real estate. I guess he highlights real estate things in New York City, and I think he's also like a real estate agent. He rents apartments and stuff, I think, but you'll have to look on his little. So his description, in case you can't read it down here, it says New York City has a huge problem. Businesses that closed and residents that left have not returned, which is why many stores and apartments sit empty at record low prices. Life in New York City right now is definitely cheaper, but is this a good thing? Right now there is over 7 million square feet of vacant office space. And Manhattan rents for apartments are on average $700 per month below their 2020 levels a year ago. Wow. So if you go down, like, I'll try to get some links from here and put out. But Cash Jordan, he's really nice. Yeah, but well, so I hope he's as nice as I think he is. He just seems like he's a really nice person. Okay, so I'm gonna like. And I'm already subscribed, right? So please like and subscribe his stuff. Go to the links, check his stuff out. He's really nice. He's These production stuff is really good too. So, all right, let me turn the mic off.
Close this whole section because it's vacant. It's definitely going to come back, but it is going to take some time. Definitely for the rest of 2021, especially while New York City still has restrictions. And the same thing is happening with residential rents. They keep falling and they're at record lows. As of right now, the median rent for an apartment in Manhattan is $700 less than what it was at the start of 2020. But there is one landlord, one person who has thought that it's the right idea at this point to raise their rents. We will go see these apartments, but I'm just flabbergasted. This guy has raised his rents over $1,000 per unit, and I'm glad I'm not in any trouble if these apartments fail to rent. So here we are. Full disclosure, I like this apartment, but there's no way this place is worth $3,500. So this is a 2-bedroom. That's where you come in. All of this is your living space. 8 feet by 13 feet. A lot of space, yes, but it's tricky to work with.
Now, this brings up a really good point. Because we can talk about housing and $3,500. I don't know. I mean, of course, I guess you'd have to have roommates, but would I pay, if I had $3,500, would I pay it for that? No. If I could afford $3,500, had $3,500 a month to throw out a window, I would not live there. But
Because those right there are the bedroom doors. Across from these, you've got the bathroom door, and that kind of makes the living room more like a hallway. You could put some seating in the corner, maybe a table over here, but I think that's about it. The kitchen's nice, but it is basic. Medium fridge, 4-burner oven with the plug right there. Whoever designed this, very smart. Cabinets are good, counter space is decent, and there is a sink sprayer. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it is worth $35. The bedrooms here are also really good, and these are easily the standout feature of this apartment. Plus, we're on the 2nd floor, and that's 14th Street. This bedroom, 12 feet 10 inches by 10 feet 2 inches. And directly next to this room is almost the same thing, 11 feet 8 inches by 10 feet 4 inches.
the floors are nice. I don't know. It's just the place looks creepy.
Plus, this one has a closet. Is it good? I think so. It's a walk-in closet, and it has a ladder, which I guess you get to keep. Let's see the bathroom. I was expecting worse, but there is a bathtub, and everything in here is pretty clean. In my opinion, $3,000, maybe a little bit above that, but I'm not sure this goes for $35. Because right now, in this exact same neighborhood, you can get places that are about this size, but they've just got so much more in them. Dishwashers, laundry. All right, so this place, very similar finishes, and it looks like the price is exactly the same. So also $3,500. The issue here is this apartment is a lot smaller. The kitchen's almost identical. No cord. Is this plugged in? Hey, there's a sink sprayer, but look at the living space. This is 13 by 8, but having the bathroom, the kitchen, and both bedrooms.
So anyway, Cash Jordan, I hope you will go like and subscribe to stuff. But it's an interesting way to kind of keep an eye on, to be kind of plugged in what's going on throughout the country, especially if you're interested in housing prices and what's going on in the economy, because if you only see one, if the only way you know what's going on in New York is what you see on either CNN, Fox News, or whatever, you're missing a lot. One of the great things I love doing is like every now and then, it's just if I got like 20 minutes to kill to go on like a walking tour somewhere, you can literally go on a walking tour anywhere in the world, and just to sit back and just take a moment. So I hope you guys will go check out his stuff. He's pretty good. Sorry, I don't mean to look down and not speak. No, it's bad, but I need to put this guy up here. Okay, I think we're just gonna watch a clip here, and then maybe I'm gonna put some music on and work on my board, and I made a carrot coconut salad last night. It has, I'll show you guys the recipe. I'll talk about it. I'll show you what I'm eating. And while I'm working, I have some water and stuff. And take a little break here. But I used to, I guess I still am. Used to love, really enjoyed playing World of Warcraft. And I started playing World of Warcraft during Burning Crusade. It came out, I think I started playing about 2 months after Burning Crusade released. So, and it was just awesome. It was really my first MMO. It was my first MMO. I fell in love with it and played it, oh my gosh, 15, 20 hours. I mean, it was ridiculous. But that's the story of Gen X video game players when we were much younger than we are today. Anyhow, I was playing, I purchased Shadowlands. And I really enjoyed it, and it seemed a little repetitive and stale, but my biggest problem with what is happening in World of Warcraft is that it's crisis after crisis, and there hasn't been an expansion to solidify the normal daily function of Azeroth. When I first started playing World of Warcraft, they had I remember there was a conversation on the forums about there were people who called their avatars toons, Toons, and then others that called their avatars characters. And so it was more of a, like, where's the focus of your attention? Whereas if your character was a toon, you were it was more of a projection, where it's like if you are a character, it's like you are in there, in a sense. I don't know if that makes any sense, but this is my 2 cents on the subject. But anyhow, so it was like all this stuff happened. It never really got resolved in any kind of. I didn't really enjoy the way the story ended at all with Nazoth, and it was unsatisfying. And then to find out that everybody that's dying is going to live in eternal torment forever. It's not. And maybe there's something coming down, like around the corner that they plan that's supposed to be like, oh, I got you. This is all, but I don't know. But the way the story stands now, I don't care for where the story's headed, and so what I did is that, honestly, I stopped playing the instant I hit that mission table. When that mission table popped up, and I think I got 1 level in it, and I was done. I'm not, it's just too, no. Anyway. So I always like to just kind of keep up with what's going on, because it's a big part of my life for 10 years. And I'm not going to give Blizzard any more of my money, but I do like the commentary that is on the internet about it, and I won't ever pay for a subscription for World of Warcraft ever again. And, that means I can never play the game. I can't play the game. But the way it is now, I'm not, it's of no interest to me to play. Now, necessarily, that doesn't mean that it's a bad product, but I don't enjoy it. Doesn't mean you shouldn't or should, but my issue is that it is no longer immersive. So I often listen to Beliwar. He's he's usually pretty cool. I want to see what he says about this. The title says, "We need change. Modern Blizzard's ideas are off target," which, well, there you have it. But he's got a couple of channels. I hope you will go like and subscribe his stuff before you do mine. Because, right? And, but anyway, he's always been really, I think, kind of even-toned about his criticism of both the player base and Blizzard. So, but at a certain point, you can't, you can't not blame Blizzard for something. But anyway, hope everybody's having a good day. I'm going to listen to these 2 clips here, and anyway, I'll say this throughout the thing, and make sure you like and subscribe his videos, and I'll make sure and leave the little things in there. So, and to everybody, and I don't say this every time, but I'm going to get in the habit of doing this. It's just thank you for all the other content creators that we are watching, because they are doing what I'm doing, and they've done it for a lot longer, and they're the YouTube pioneers. They're the streaming pioneers, and it's anyway, so I hope you will go like and subscribe their stuff too. Please always make sure you do that. And one of the other things I wanted to talk about real quick is $1 to a YouTube creator a month may seem like an insult, but let me tell you that is a lifeline to people, in that just for the affirmation of "I hear you, you're there," and it is the a microtransaction is the only way the masses can get what they actually want from capitalism, by directly rewarding and content immediately right then. And so anyway, let's just put the mic on thing. Oh, the rain's coming. Yeah, so watch 2 clips, and then I'm gonna turn all this off and work on some art, and you guys can listen to the rain and what it sounds like here in Sylvan Hills, right outside of Atlanta, Georgia, on Monday at 1:20 in the afternoon. So I'm gonna put this on. There we go. Oh, lightning.
Can you give my wife Chrissy a shout out and tell her to get in here? Aye, Chrissy, get in here! What the hell? Like, come on.
Yeah, we have fun here. We have fun here.
Cheers, DJ
Especially today. We're going to have a lot of fun today.
Yeah, oh man, one of our things today is the reaction to the Ian interview. Ha ha! Ha! I'm so happy!
Okay, I'm going to work out this mic thing so that I'm not stumbling over myself all the time. I'm going to grab some coffee. It's right there. And can you all hear the rain? I hope you all are having an awesome day. I hope everybody's family is well. Just little wisps of dust, we are. Anyway, I'm gonna grab my coffee. This is gonna be kind of difficult. You know, these Beliar is a lot of what got me into his streams and stuff. This is playing World of Warcraft. Sometimes you have to criticize what you love. Oh. Oh my. Right. Let's see what we got going here. I can turn that off. Okay, I don't need to see this because I can stand here, so it looks like I'm looking right here. There we go. Alrighty. Woo! I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to turn the mic off.
I'm a happy camper. I love every philosophy the World of Warcraft team spouts, and I absolutely think that it's always in line with the player experience. They absolutely know what they're doing at all times, and I feel great about the people in charge of World of Warcraft right now.
I completely agree, and I also will notice I will say there is a free trial for critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14.
Why didn't you lace this with whiskey? This is just a straight up Pepsi Max like.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'll grab the whiskey later, but
yeah. So not to fully color our opinions about the Ian interview, but I mean, basically, I think it was essentially a complete disaster and was completely out of touch with the player experience, and it filled me with what I would call negative faith in the team's general ability.
Well, I agree, and it's I do not like using the word gaslighting. It's one of those modern words, that people kind of just throw around, but people in authority when they know they're wrong, will convince you, will spend a majority of their waking hours convincing everyone around them that they're not wrong. Instead of just saying, you know what, you're right, let's just change, go, nope. It's like that in every corporation I have ever worked in. If you ask a consultant what's the most difficult thing they have to tell their client about why the business is failing, it's that it's their fault. It is corporate mindthink. I'm 52 years old. I've worked for the last 40 years of my life. Leadership is admitting when you're wrong and moving on. Having authority comes with leadership. Or I guess leadership would come with authority, right? But what you think down in the comments? Which do you think comes first, chicken or the egg? Leadership and authority. I'll put that on the board. That's an interesting wonder, right? So, who gives you authority? It's that old Game of Thrones thing, when Cersei's standing there with Littlefinger and and then the joke about there's a priest, a merchant, and a king, and one dude with a sword. Who does the guy with the sword listen to? Anyway, I'm kind of rambling here. Let's see what he's being really brave right now.
Ability to think about the game they're making. So
yeah,
that was fun.
Yeah, I'd call it dread. That's the sensation I kind of come out of it with.
I mean, we had such a great start to this week.
Yeah.
It's incredible, right? Like next week's videos are recorded.
Mm-hmm.
I right now am working in the week after next video. Yep. So I was feeling, on top of the world. I was thinking, oh, great. We got this interview with Ian. Clearly, Blizzard will have wanted to schedule that interview in order to perhaps say some things to Preach. Perhaps, indicating that Blizzard would roughly know that Preach can speak to segments of the community who are not particularly happy with Blizzard. And then it turns out, no, he just goes in there, is like, right, mate, conduit energy. It's great. Well, it's imperfect. To which I say, fucking stuff that up somewhere where the sun don't shine.
Yeah, imperfect's one way to put it.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be a slightly mask-off situation because I think I'm basically done being polite with these guys.
Yeah, fair, 100%.
I think.
Well, there you go. I mean, for whatever it's worth to all of the WoW content creators out there, is that I stopped playing WoW and stopped giving Blizzard my money because I agree with you. Not that you told me to do it, right? But the issue is that I'm still supporting you as a fellow WoW player because I agree with you and I want your voice as a gamer to be heard. And I think that that's great that, you know, I mean, I think you should always be honest, right? Let's see what he says, you know.
You know, you won't particularly see it in what a lot of other people, you don't particularly see it in what a lot of what is said publicly, but yes. I mean, it's obviously something that we know is felt in the private realm and stuff like that. I mean, you can all, you just aren't stupid. You just can all tell. You just all know what's going on. I mean, it's not like Ian does his interview with Preach, and then the next day you see, oh, you know, I'm happy, Asmongold's happy, Mike's happy. No, you look at Mike's video that's the post-mortem of the interview he just did, and it's basically just like, yeah, cool, you know, I appreciate talking to, you know, Blizzard and all that jazz, but basically I didn't like it, didn't like what he said. You see Asmongold's video responding to it, he's like, no, I didn't really like any of that shit. And then, you know, R1 is basically just, hello, World of Warcraft's a paid beta test, fuck you, customer. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. I mean, my basic perception of that.
Couldn't agree more. And see, this is the interesting thing about what I love YouTube, is that you don't get to control the forum posts, right? So if I were to go on Blizzard's forums and complain about their game, you get reported, and right, it's their private thing, right? So the beautiful thing about like having people come over is, you know, like have a party, or you go out and it's like, oh yeah, I'm a video game player, we think of WoW, and you know, we're all here in this, you know, lobby talking about WoW, and they have to see that people are not enjoying the game they're producing anymore. And if nobody's canceling their sub and uninstalling and moving on, then why would they? I mean, right? As a consumer of a product that you don't enjoy, I don't think anyone can argue you still need to purchase it and consume it.
That interview was based on what Ian said. I don't care about NPR stuff anymore.
Sorry, I'm sure that was bad feedback.
Or basically, they're obviously completely comfortable with shipping a unpolished, not fucking considered, not polished game and letting us fucking deal with it while we pay our hard-earned money. Because almost, like, half of what Ian said was basically like, oh, we're not going to fix the Covenant energy system. No. If there's a problem with a soulbind, we'll just balance it later. To which I'm just like, mate, for fuck's sake, yous have said that every single goddamn time you have an issue. Oh, we'll balance that artifact ability.
To his point, right, I remember in Burning Crusade, right, that was when they introduced, I think, Mastery and something else. And I remember them giving the reason that those were knobs that they were adding to aid in balancing all the classes. You know, they introduced armor penetration, which I thought was great. What I enjoyed was that if you took the time to get hit capped and your weapon was the right level and you had like 20 points where you could reforge, and if it just allowed for you to be able to double down on your play style, so that if you did not raid, right, you didn't necessarily, and you have to be hit capped, right, you could anyway. It was a much more interesting system without it being super overly complicated, and it didn't necessarily require you to always go after your best in slot, because you could take the gear that came either second or third on the list and take it to a reforger and tweak it just a little bit so that it was almost as good. But you had like 3 very close options with reforging that you could use, and you didn't need Titan forging, you didn't need all the other stuff. So anyhow, yeah.
Oh, we'll balance that Covenant trait. Oh, we'll balance that Soulbind. And then guess what? Multiple goddamn years pass of World of Warcraft, the paid beta test. I'm done with these jokers.
It's I love when you're talking about balance. I love the fact that they've got it's always the same number that Ian brings up. It's 0.5%. Balance it within 0.5%. That seems to be like the goal of all time. Where if it's 0.5%, no one cares. When has anything in the game been balanced within 0.5%? With how variance in because they added it back in Shadowlands.
I agree 100%. It's just like in the real world, right? The real regular world. Here's my point. The game, when they talk about balance, what are you balancing? Are you balancing the casual's ability to play high-end content? Or are you balancing elite players being able to play whatever class they want in high-end content? That's a completely different goal. I believe World of Warcraft has been balanced around the latter. That in a raid environment, like in Burning Crusade, like Shadow Priest, you always had to have one Shadow Priest, and you put him with like kind of the healers, if I remember correctly, right? Because then they would regenerate the mana, right? And so the player that played the best Shadow Priest got a slot. But that was the niche for that. Right, anyway, just
But because of how variance in the same spell works, the same fucking spell isn't balanced within 0.5% of each other.
It's like if yous are the boys who just put in for friggin' corruptions in patch 8.3, you don't get to talk about 0.5%.
Yeah, I mean,
I got Echoing Void in day one from my first cache, which it made Nicky on our team, the other, at that time, Demon Hunter in our guild, we were doing Night Love, it made him furious. Nicky, poor bastard, he was almost certainly outplaying me as a Demon Hunter.
Yeah, definitely.
But, man, they gave me Echoing Void in day one, so I was just sitting there topping the DPS. Absolutely so rusty, not playing the game half right whatsoever. But yeah, it's like for that interview, it's just everything reeked of paid beta. It reeked of them just being like, oh, that problem, do you have a fundamental problem with the system we've implemented? Don't worry. You're actually, the reason why you're unhappy with our system is not at all that you're unhappy with our system. It is, in fact, that you're unhappy with one or two of the elements of balance within our system. And don't worry, we'll balance it. To which I'm like, Blizzard, I just don't trust you. If you were the StarCraft 2 team, maybe I'd trust you to reel in some balance. But with the WoW team, it's been some freaking busted stuff every single goddamn patch for the longest time.
It's Torghast. Torghast really gets me, especially seeing.
Mate.
Like, let's not even talk about the quality of the scoring system in Torghast or anything like that. Let's just talk about the fact that in sometime July, August, sometime like that, Torghast, ostensibly version 2 will come. Or, sorry, no, version 1. Because the one we had no scoring system, had problems that they completely acknowledged from day one. But it doesn't matter if they acknowledge problems if they don't actually solve them. And the agility is absolutely not there. Why do we have... Well, what is it? It's May. It's not officially May. Shadowlands was November. That's over 6 months. Or that's about 6 months of Torghast Alpha.
Yeah.
Where it's a shit experience.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, for God damn it, like, I think about being a kid.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, here's how I got my World of Warcraft money, everyone. So my dad, he does a conservatory company, and I would go, I'd help him shovel concrete to, out of the truck, to put in the foundations, doing all that jazz. So, I'd get my pocket money for doing that, and I would buy World of Warcraft. And now it's like, if you do that, you're getting this. Absolutely. Look, the raiding and the dungeons is all fun.
Yeah.
But it's like the rest of it's a busted piece of shit, and they just don't know what they're goddamn doing. You look at Torghast, and it's like, boys, Torghast was fun in Alpha of Shadowlands when you just let us have absolutely wild abilities and stuff like that. What did you do for live? You made it into a boring goddamn chore where we're only doing it for Soul Ash, where it's like, even if you do super well, you get nothing else in return because it's just for the goddamn Soul Ash. Soul Ash is a boring goddamn resource because, it's just Soul Ash. It's just a friggin' means to an end.
He's absolutely right. Life is all means to an end, right? However, it is challenging to not raid, to not PvP, and to not do dungeons, right? And then people go, well, why are you playing an MMO for? Well, there's a lot more to that activity than those. And so if that's what WoW wants to be, then let WoW be that, but they're not going to be that way with my money.
So you're never doing Torghast for anything that is at all related to Torghast's potential as an awesome piece of content. It's just goddamn hard to comprehend how much they have shat the bed on, and this is the thing that gets me with modern Blizzard. It's not that they fail in execution. It's not that. It's the fucking ideas. Ideas are easy. Boys, why are you developing World of Warcraft with a friggin' BDSM paddle?
Well, it's definitely one way to put it. Goodness gracious.
Because me, Soul, Asmongold, Preach, Tally, Towley, everyone, Slew, Max, etc. We can all sit here and come up with ideas. Ideas are so goddamn easy.
Yep.
And I feel like with Blizzard, it's not even that they execute ideas badly. It's that the ideas that team comes up with are basically just a load of wank these days. They are so goddamn over complex. It's like, boy.
If I play a hunter right? And I like pets. I would like to have the story of Azeroth available to me, being told as if I were a hunter. Right? If the planet I lived on was getting attacked and, you know, faction wars, right, and I was a priest, then I would interact with the world on a priestly level. So the class halls, I think, kind of nailed being able to give flavor to, like, telling the story through the lens of the class, because we would all impact it differently. That is what I enjoy. You know, I injured my hand a long time ago, basically cut it off at work, and so I can't hold a mouse with this hand. I can't physically put the mouse in here and hold it. So I have to play my video games with one hand, my left one, and I can use my thumb to hit the keyboard, which is, so it's made any kind of competitive anything, you know, for a video game not practical. And so I've transitioned to a different style of video game, and I'm not saying that Blizzard or World of Warcraft being a 5-man dungeon crawl with raiding and some PvP battles, I mean, if that's not what I want to, but maybe they'll offer a story mode, well, not story mode, but a more of a, you know, I would come back to WoW with, if they offered a housing system similar to like maybe what City of Heroes had, and just the ability to be in the world, being heroic and, you know, helping villagers drive back, whatever, you know, I mean, it's just MMO stuff, classic, just run-of-the-mill MMO stuff. And Blizzard is focused on the high-end competitive stuff, which is, I'm not saying that's wrong, I just don't want to do that anymore.
You're sitting here thinking you need friggin' conduit energy to balance conduits, as if it's a massive goddamn problem. Did you fucking forget that you made conduits that way in the first place? And the only person who's getting punished and messed around for what you've done is us, the goddamn players. And I don't even feel conduits, because I just play an MM Hunter. I just go to my raid. I just want to get curve. That's it. And I have actually a fucking blast. I have a great time. Like, that's the thing. We're sitting here, all this sort of rage and stuff about Shadowlands. I actually have had a great time with Shadowlands because I've known when to not play it. And, you know, not worrying about those conduits. I then, you know, I get a little sliver of, you know, Mike and his boys, you know, preach. I get a little bit of a sliver of Dakor, who's, you know, he's co-raid leader with Matt in our guild. He raid leads us 2 nights a week, but he mythics 4 nights a week?
I think it was 4 nights a week whenever they were doing progress. It's down significantly, but, you know, still does everything at the, outside of PvP, does everything at the highest level possible, because that's what he does.
Dakor, he's fucking turbo nerd when it comes to the WoW stuff, and that's great. But it's that thing where it's only him and his ilk that notice conduit energy, and for them it sucks balls.
See, it's a system that's designed to exclude, not include.
I don't notice conduit energy whatsoever. maybe if I PvP'd more, or if, I was playing, maybe I had a healer spec or something like that, maybe I feel the conduit energy. But it's that thing where it's like, it's so clear to me that for 90% of the player base, nobody even knows conduit energy is a thing. But they've just slotted it in as a fuck you to that section of the player base.
That makes it a success. 95% of people aren't complaining about conduit energy, so it's a win. It's only 5%. But if you, and this is obviously not what they should ever do internally, but if they rated feedback and stuff based on actual playtime and how much engagement with the game with, Blizzard's desired metrics, they will likely find out that the 5% of people, or maybe the 10% of people who are actually complaining about it, are the people with the most goddamn time in game that aren't making their own fun like our peers, because they spend a lot of time in game and don't have to worry about this shit either.
Oh man, could you imagine being an RPer? For the longest time I felt this.
Good,
role players have the best time in World of Warcraft because their fun is entirely divorced from what the modern WoW development team does. What an incredible... Imagine just being able to be an Azeroth without the modern WoW dev team. Just throwing as I sometimes say internally, throwing a dick in your salad.
Yep.
You're just sitting there, you want to eat your tasty salad, just a big dick in it, and you're like, man, I don't want that dick in my salad. It's not the most universal analogy, but it's that thing where it's like, for Dakor and his boys, it's like, I just want to customize my character. Why have you put a massive dick in my salad?
Yep.
I just want, it's like, man. And I just sit there and I'm like, when I was in Wrath of the Lich King, I was sitting there, I was listening to, TB and Blue Please. I was simming my character in FemaleDwarfHunter.com. I was reading the Just My 2 Copper blog and the Warcraft Hunters Union blog. And you know what I was doing? I was, there's glyphs. There's glyphs and stuff. You put the glyphs in your character. Yep. There you go. Your glyphs are on. You're a happy boy. Nice and simple. And now they're like, oh, but if you change your glyphs more than, freaking 3 times per unit, metric time.
More than arbitrarily acceptable.
Yes, if you modify your character's glyphs in a more than arbitrarily acceptable, format, then, you're a bad boy and we need the conduit energy system to give you a little spank. And it's just like, did you literally not understand? Did you literally not understand the extremely obvious thing?
No.
That it was called Choregast because people felt like they had to go there like it was a chore.
There we go. Now it's not quiet. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm just not going to have anything running on the screen other than me working. I'm going to actually switch this to this. Oh! I'm going to get my feetsy going here, and I'm going to just work. I really wish I knew if I could listen to what kind of music I could have going in the background, because I definitely don't want to have anybody try to cancel my screen because I'm listening to copyrighted music. But I need to use the restroom, and so until I get back, I am going to run another of my videos on this so that you guys won't hear all the background stuff while I'm doing my chores and eating lunch. I gotta get my salad.
I wanted to start the conversation off by acknowledging a few points. It's my understanding that the reason the school year is structured the way it is revolves around the fact that kids were required to provide extra labor in the summertime. 2, air conditioning was a luxury, and most districts couldn't afford to provide air conditioning in all their public schools. So the kids were given the summer off because it was too hot for them to be there. 3, the American life expectancy has increased considerably since the advent of public education. It's all based around an antiquated way of life, so we really should just blow it all up and start from scratch. And here's some ideas how we could do it. I'm just going to acknowledge right off the bat that I'm a huge Bernie Sanders supporter. And the idea of free, quote-unquote, college education can be realized if we would fold in community college to our public education system. So it would be pre-K through 15. Your high school diploma wouldn't be a high school diploma. It would be a degree from a community college. And if we let the community college educators work on setting the whole school year agenda, we might get a much better result. Like currently, I believe that community colleges are really working with the labor market to help guide young adults into a career choice that is needed. So why shouldn't the community colleges be directly affecting the education of young Americans and guiding them through to that career opportunity from a much younger age than, let's say, 18 when they've already graduated from high school? So once again, pre-K through 15. So that means that children would enter school at the age of 4 and would graduate public education around the age of 20 or 21. That would have a huge impact on not only the quality of education that the kids were receiving, but also when the kids would enter the workforce. I think that that would be a very, very powerful thing. 2, 24-hour learning centers. What that means, basically, is that public schools would be open 24 hours a day and would be structured almost like a boarding school. Now, I know this is a huge change, and a lot of people are probably scratching their heads saying, what? When you think about foster homes, children that live in abusive families where their parents are alcoholics or drug addicts or sexually abusing their children, there's nowhere for those kids to go that is safe. So if public school acted as a boarding center where kids who wanted to, families who wanted to, could send their children, think about the impact that that would have on how kids could then focus in on their education. In addition, it is my belief that adolescents around the age of 12 to 16 are starting school way too early in the day. I've read and heard of a lot of reports that have said that the circadian rhythm of teenagers makes them want to stay up late and get up late. It's not that they're lazy, that's for some reason over the course of how many hundreds of thousands of years our species has evolved, kids at that age have been staying up late and getting up late. And so what's the point of sending a 16-year-old who's gotten 4 hours sleep to go sit in school and sleep through half the day? It's ridiculous. So the 24-hour learning centers would allow high school students to start the school later in the day. Now, I hear you that a problem with that is, well, who's going to teach the kids when they're getting out of school at 8 o'clock at night? Well, I would like to point out that I believe that there are a lot of teachers who perhaps are married or are dating someone who might work second or third shifts. Like they might be married to a doctor that works in the ER. They might be married to a waiter or waitress that has to work weekends. So if the kids were able to be in a safe, loving environment where the parents didn't have to worry about them and were able to carry on a normal life, and the kids could be off on Monday and Tuesday to coincide with their parents' work schedule, that would go an amazing amount to help keep the family together, which I believe is a very important, very crucial aspect of keeping America strong, is because of family values, and we want to keep families together. But what kind of family life is it when the way the economy is structured now, parents are having to work 2 or 3 jobs at odds and end hours, and their kids are at home unsupervised, don't get to see their parents because the parents are working so much, they have to work weekends. So anyway, I'm pretty emphatic that even though it's a huge change, that it would be a change for the better. Just to reiterate, it would allow teachers flexible scheduling, that if they wanted to work from 11 until 8, or they wanted to work 7 to 2 in the morning, that it would be possible if the schools were open 24 hours a day and kids could go in and learn no matter what time of the day it was, where they had a clean, safe bed. We already have gymnasiums. There are already showers and lockers. There's already a kitchen there. We just need it staffed with experienced, loving people that want to help end poverty and not to prepare kids for prison. Mobile science labs. There needs to be a lot of excitement about technology, science, and math for our young people. And I saw a video of the space shuttle being driven across country. It was actually on the road being towed, the space shuttle. And wherever the space shuttle went, there were huge crowds. Wherever it was, there were thousands of people. Oh, look, there's a space shuttle. Well, imagine if the space shuttle were towed into a public school parking lot, the bay doors thrown open, and scientists and glitter and music and kids could touch it. That would create a huge amount of excitement for kids to get involved in science. They could do experiments on it. I think that would be an amazing, amazing thing, for a lack of a better word. Home economics. Now here we come to the jaw-dropping part, if you can believe it, of my list. It is my belief that if we want to end poverty, we have to break the cycle of what poor kids learn. Kids learn from their parents, and if the parents have bad spending habits, if the parents don't teach their kids how to balance a checkbook, if kids don't learn about the stock market, if kids don't learn how to wash their clothes, if kids don't learn how to comparison shopping, they're going to be slaves their whole life. Home economics, in my opinion, is one of the most important classes that should be taught every year to every student. I think that would really change everything. And here's the biggie. When we look at what our country pays for, at the top of the list, we should be paying kids to graduate from college. Not the kids paying to graduate from college. That's stupid. Oh, I can hear my conservative friends. Well, how in the heck are we going to pay to cut a check for $20,000 to every graduate? Well, it's my understanding that when we talk about business, that business can recoup future savings in the current fiscal year. So if we would stop sending kids to prison and get them very well educated, then we wouldn't be spending that much money on prisons. So we would then take the same amount of money we're spending and we would switch it to getting kids a $20,000 check when they graduate. So this isn't free. This is recouping future savings in the current fiscal year. Now, use your imagination. So there is a kid living in a bad situation. Maybe they're being abused by their father. Maybe they're being sexually molested by their uncle. Maybe they're tired of seeing mom and dad smoke crack. Or maybe they just don't like their parents. But it's really hard to get out of that situation if you do not have a support. Now, if a kid knew that when they passed that final exam, that they were going to get a check for $20,000. Think of what a kid could do with that. You could get 4 or 5 kids together to pool their money and open up a small business. And they would know how to spend that money because they've been taught home economics for the last 20 years. Now, I want to point out that all of this has to work together. We can't just, in the current system, cut people a check for $20,000 when they're graduating and they can't read. If graduation included a 2-year community college program and the test was extremely hard, and perhaps kids had to stay in school till they were 24 or 25 to get that check, to pass that test, I tell you what, they sure would. They sure would. And if you really want to change the system, you don't cut a check for 20 grand just to the kid. You cut a check for 20 grand to their parents. So you can be sure that that mom, that single mom who perhaps is having an issue with her kid going to school, she would make sure that kid is going to school. And that might change the mom's life. In addition, imagine what would happen if that mom who already graduated from school before all this happened could go back to school to try to take that exam to get her own check. We're talking about teaching kids how to make profit for themselves by taking the money that we're spending on prisons, recouping future savings, and giving it to the people who are actually saving the money. We need to blow up the system. It's not working. And so, because I don't want to come to the table without ideas, this would change everything. This would pull kids out of poverty. This would teach them a better way of life. It would extend the school year to provide some pressure on the job market. It would keep kids in school longer, which would mean that the people that already have their jobs, we wouldn't have to create so many extra ones. In the pre-K, whomever becomes president, and I hope it's Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton, feel the burn. I'm sorry. Whoever the president ends up being, your Secretary of Education needs to convince you that it's a national emergency. It's like a tornado. It's wrecking our country. It's wrecking our species. The lack of hope and opportunity that public school is not providing. There have been so many studies done that have said that by the age of 6, if the kid is behind, they're lost. We have to get the vulnerable kids into school as soon as possible. And you know what? Babies are having babies. And so if a young woman gets pregnant at the age of 15, 16, 17, she's still in school. Why not let her bring her kid to school? Why not let the kids see the infant see their child parent in school learning? That would change the world. It is a national emergency, my friends. we're flushing human beings down a drain that deposits them in prison. That's not pro-life. Well, anyway, this is some ideas. I hope to talk more about this in the future. I hope that this might spark a debate on what we can do to make things better. We need a revolution. We need to change the way we are educating our citizens. So, best to you and yours. Much love from me. I hope everybody can find some peace and happiness in this life. Take care.
Hey everybody. I need to move this up so I'm not. Oh, well, you guys can't see me looking down, so. I'd love to put some music on in the background since it's not silent, but I'm just not sure what I can listen to while I'm streaming because I keep hearing you can't do that. But that's okay. Oh, you know what? Well, here, look. I wonder if I can do this. Let's see here. Yes. see here. Okay, so now all the stuff that's on here, right? So I should just be able to. All right, so I'm gonna put the mic on mute here for a moment, for just a minute. non-copyright list, so I don't see any reason why I can't stream that music along with hopefully I can get, I'm going to hopefully start reaching out to somebody, maybe this YouTube will, I just want to know what I can listen to in the background while I'm working on my painting here. Anyway, I'm going to put the mic on mute so that I can listen to music with you guys. So, without
More carrots. Don't tear it. More carrots. Where's Garrett? Vegetables. Vegetables. Here I come from the west side. The left side. The right brain drives me insane. Don't lie, don't lie, don't lie to me. Don't fry, don't fry, don't fry your brain. More carrots. Don't tear it. More carrots. Where's Garrett? Vegetables. Vegetables. Here I come from the west side. The left side. The right brain drives me insane. Don't lie, don't lie, don't lie to me. Don't fry, don't fry, don't fry your brain. Samurai sword on my back. You don't know how to act. Maybe you should relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
event there, and we are gratified for the committee's kind consideration and your knowledge of what goes on in Houston, Texas. You know it well, and the state of Texas and the rural areas, you know it very well, and we thank you so very much because you've been very, very helpful. Had to go through fast, but you have a lot of vital, important programs for the nation. We thank you so very much. With that, I yield and wait for questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.